Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 2 of the Nixon National Cancer Conference. My name is Jim Byron. I'm the president and CEO of the Richard Nixon Foundation. We're going to get right into things this morning, but I'm going to start by asking all of you right now to take out your phones, open up the calendar app. I'm serious. Take out your phones and open up the calendar app. Pull up your daily planners if you're still somebody that writes like me, has a daily planner. And mark down January 15 and 16 of 2025, because that's going to be the dates of the next Nixon National Cancer Conference, and I look forward to seeing all of you back here in Yorba Linda 1 year from now. The first panel this morning is addressing a topic of, let's call it, curious interest and great concern, not only to the medical community and not only to cancer patients, but quite literally to people everywhere, and that is the subject of artificial intelligence. How can AI help the delivery piece of cancer care? Here to kick things off is Dr. Peter Pisters, the president and CEO of MD Anderson Cancer Center in Houston, where he previously served in faculty and leadership positions for more than 20 years. Dr. Pisters is a renowned cancer surgeon, researcher, professor, and hospital administrator. Prior to joining MD Anderson as its president and CEO in 2017, Dr. Pisters led more than 14,000 employees and 1,700 physicians as president and CEO of the University Health Network in Toronto. He is a member of more than 24 national organizations and serves or has served in leadership positions on the advisory boards of many others, including several for the National Cancer Institute. Before I welcome Dr. Pisters to the stage, I want to simply thank him for this is the 3rd Nixon National Cancer Conference in which he has attended in person and participated. Thank you, Dr. Pisters. And now, let's start our first panel.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Great to be with all of you. I suspect that this might be the most interesting topic because all of us are reading about this literally every single day, and it's impacting society in ways that maybe we never imagined a year ago, even though we've all experienced Siri and Alexa for some time and I wonder where this is going. I'll have a few brief opening comments, and then I'll allow the panel to introduce themselves. We have a terrific panel today. I think this is going to be a rich discussion. And towards the end, we'll be able to take questions from you that I think will help enrich the discussion overall. What I would say in introducing this topic is that we're at a unique moment in time in many ways, and probably everyone in the room has experienced ChatGPT or had the realization, or what we could describe as the Netscape moment, at the same time that you first used a browser and you realized, oh, my life is going to change in dramatic ways. Or if we took a step back and we thought about what this means for humanity, and we understood that in the past, in the Industrial Revolution, what happened is that machines replaced physical labor, and now cognitive labor is going to be replaced by computers. And that could completely transform society. In our institution, we really see AI as the greatest opportunity and simultaneously as the greatest risk. And there are very few things in business or in medicine that are both a gigantic risk and a gigantic opportunity. So there's really lots to unpack, particularly as it relates to oncology or clinical medicine, or many things that really impact the future of healthcare in America and around the world. So what I'll do is allow the panel to introduce themselves, and as they do that, if you could briefly outline your organization and tell the group one fast fact about yourself that people might not know. I'll start, as you just heard, I'm fortunate to be the president of the MD Anderson Cancer Center in Houston, and the fast fact, I'm a cyclist and do an annual 100-mile ride in Colorado every year. Over to you.
Wow, I'm impressed. Hi, everyone. My name is Doug Flora. I'm a practicing medical oncologist, about 20 years into a specialty as a breast cancer doctor. I run a 6-hospital systems cancer program just outside of Cincinnati, Ohio. And I think I'm up here with these esteemed panelists because I founded a journal called AI and Precision Oncology, in which I'm the editor-in-chief. And we're trying to publish the things that we're about to talk about share in a peer-reviewed fashion the importance of these updates. I think we're more Siri than Skynet, but we'll see what the panel says.
What about the fast fact?
Oh, fast
You
fact.
can't skip that.
I would say I'm just nerdy enough that I spent my COVID years studying chess games to try and beat my son and my dad. It kept me sane, and I was successful beating my dad, but I will never again beat my son because he learned faster than I did.
Hi, thanks, Peter, and good morning, everybody. My name is Ed Kim. I'm a medical oncologist and serve as the physician-in-chief at City of Hope, Orange County. I've been here about 3 years now as we build a new hospital as part of City of Hope's enterprise in Orange County. I must be up here because I must be the social media guy. A fast fact about me is that my daughter and I put a TikTok video earlier this year as we attended the first concert for Taylor Swift's Eras Tour, and we attend, yes, thank you.
He's the market.
Thank you. And it got 1 million hits on TikTok with 200,000 likes, and she was interviewed by the Today Show and Ryan Seacrest Radio, and I just was the nice supporting father on the side. So that must be my role up here, I think, to see how those TikTok AI engines work to magnify your hits. So,
Cliff?
Thanks very much. My name is Cliff Hudis. I'm a medical oncologist. I was chief of breast cancer at Memorial Sloan Kettering for almost 20 years, but since 2016, I've served as the CEO of the American Society of Clinical Oncology, and I think one of many possible relevancies to this panel is that about a decade ago, we at ASCO took up the challenge from the Institute of Medicine to build a rapid learning system, in this case for oncology, using the newly emerging data in medical record systems. We built and nurtured that business called CancerLink for about a decade, and just in December spun it off into the for-profit sector. So we've got lots of learnings and insights and scars perhaps to share from that experience, which I think lays part of the groundwork for the AI discussion ahead. I always go back to Philadelphia when somebody wants to talk about something that might not be obvious about me, but I'll just say this. My very first paying job was selling Liberty Bells in the Betsy Ross house for the 1976 U.S. bicentennial when Frank Rizzo was the mayor. And we can talk about that if you want.
Hi, everyone. I'm Andrew Trister. I'm the Chief Scientific and Chief Medical Officer at a company called Verily, which is the health arm of Google, the Alphabet, one of the Alphabet companies. I've been in this role for just under 6 months. Prior to that, I led digital health and AI investing for Bill Gates at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. I'm a radiation oncologist by training, but unlike my esteemed colleagues here, I'm not in practice anymore. And one fast fact is that during the pandemic, I picked up being a barista because our coffee shop in Seattle closed. So I had to teach myself using YouTube, and I'm going to be going to compete in the barista competition in Seattle this coming summer. So I'm very excited about that.
Do you make a good cortada?
I do, in fact, yeah. We can test this out a little later, maybe, after the panel.
Okay, I think you can see how amazingly talented our panel is.
Nerds.
That's right. So in thinking about this topic, it's probably best discussed if we break it up and segment it because it is so huge. And some segments that we will talk about include aspects of clinical medicine, aspects of research and discovery, and then how we think the societal dimensions of this can hopefully really improve the equity in the delivery of healthcare, something I know that's important to the entire panel here. So let's start with clinical medicine and aspects of how AI can impact that. And we'll just go through the panel, starting with you, Andrew, at the end, just to get inputs from people focused on how clinical medicine could change or will change. Over to you, Andrew.
Yeah, so no small topic. I think, fundamentally, as you said, Peter, in the beginning, the world has changed almost overnight last November. So when ChatGPT became a product that people could go and test out, this was not the first chat bot. This was not the first GPT model, right? This is actually the 3.5 model, right? GPT 3.5. But somehow there was something innately human about the way that people were able to communicate in ways that we did not see in prior experiences, right? The previous chatbots that had been published by Facebook or Microsoft they had these uncanny experiences where people knew that it was a computer, right? So the original idea of the Turing test, right? So from mathematician, cryptographer in the 1940s, putting forward the idea that artificial intelligence should fool a human, and that's when it truly becomes intelligent. We seem to be getting to superhuman abilities in these models. But with that, there's a lot of excitement, and indeed, I agree, this is more Siri than Skynet, right? We're not going to start seeing bombs raining down because of artificial intelligence. I think the real question has been more, is this the most natural application for how it is that people access these bots, right? So do you want to ask questions of it? Do you want it to help you as an assistant, right? Microsoft has come out with these co-pilots for everything. So if you want to learn how to code up a new app, you can just use the co-pilot in GitHub, right? And it will write the code for you if you just tell it, this is what I want the app to do. I think the real question when it comes to clinical care has to be, are these going to be co-pilots for doctors or patients, or are these going to be replacements? And I think a lot of people have been very concerned, appropriately, that we are moving so quickly to superhuman ability that there's going to be a push to regulate and stop the replacement part and focus much more on the mundane, very mechanical stuff that happens in clinical care delivery all the time, right? How do I do billing? How do I do pre-authorizations? If any of you have gone to the doctor, you had to fill out all those forms every single time, right? These are questions that probably can be addressed more readily and not have this high risk. But I do think that there is that promise that if these technologies really do work in a way better than the mean doctor, like not the mean, the median, let's say, yeah. So, right, the average doctor, then shouldn't that be the part that gets us to equity, right? If people were able to access those technologies before they went to the doctor and start to answer the questions appropriately, and maybe even get answers back to know what to do next, those are applications that I think would be really valuable from a society perspective, but we have to be very thoughtful about what it means for the regulators, what it means for people, and how is it that we actually prove that this works as well as going to the doc does now.
Great points. So I think one theme that's clearly emerging is the co-pilot model or the replacement model. I'll be interested to hear what the other panelists think about that. Cliff.
So that's a perfect, I think, start to this discussion that we can expand in a couple of ways. As I've been thinking about this, I think that there are at least two broad categories of applications. There is the co-pilot, the clinical interface model, all of the things that look something like search on steroids. And that's maybe not even an accurate descriptor of it, but it's the way I think most of our community is going to first start to interact with it, because we're used to search, we're used to asking a question, getting an answer. And just in that narrow domain, I would point out the following: it is going to be entirely dependent upon the quality and curation of the models that feed into it. And I'll just point out a little bit of a peril that's going to plague us almost from the beginning, which is the authoritative voice of the responses that come back could lull many in our community into thinking they have arrived at the correct answer to a challenge, and that may or may not be right, especially in the next months and early years of this. And I say this with complete enthusiasm for the transformative long-term impact and benefit. I don't think we're hyperbolic in talking about how the world is changing, but I do think these next few years are going to be fraught. There's a second part to this though, and we've just started to talk about it, which is maybe the invisible part. I don't really have to know how the regulators and transformers and whatnot serve to make sure that there's 120 volts at 50 to 60 megahertz sitting at every outlet everywhere I go in North America, but that system just works, and I plug things in, and that's that. In some ways, all of this could be operating sub rosa, just like that, for years to come, making our superficial, our visible interactions a whole lot smoother, easier, and better. And in some ways, I think that that's the revolution ahead in the short term that we won't see. And we're already starting to see it. In fact, it's already happening in the clinical world, whether you know it or not. Payers are using early AI models to adjudicate prior authorization, for example. And they can be right or they can be wrong. You may or may not have any visibility into what decisions they're making, but they're running. And they're making these decisions and then being transmitted to us invisibly. So, I mean, obviously we can talk a long, long time. I'll just close by saying that the emerging challenge for me as a clinician, let me just say, and for our community, is preserving that sacrosanct part of all of healthcare and medicine, which indeed is the patient and physician relationship. And I'll say that if you just quickly look in our journal, the JCO, I can't remember, it's about 4 or 5 months ago, a thoughtful member of our community wrote a piece on her theoretical experience seeing a doctor for an advanced diagnosis of cancer in the future, and the doctor was a bot. I mean, it was programmed to detect her discomfort and add 45 seconds of empathy to the encounter, for example. It's worth reading because I don't think any of us actually want to get there. So the challenge I'll close with is how we're going to use these tools to allow us to actually face patients eye to eye, focus more, and deliver more of the human part of care.
So it's an interesting perspective, whether AI can run in the background like a societal operating system. That is super interesting perspective. Okay, Ed?
Yeah, I think there's been some really important points brought up by our first two folks here. And, you know, I'm equally excited and terrified at what AI is going to bring. And I'm not even sure if everybody has the same definition of what AI is, right? I think we've derived it from our own definitions of our experiences. Instead of calling it artificial intelligence, I almost like to call it augmented intelligence, right? Because there needs to be a human interface, even with drones and other aspects, someone's piloting it in the background. When it comes to clinical medicine, we are dreaming a lot, just like space travel, of going to Mars and inhabiting other planets. But, you know, as providers on the front line, whether you're a nurse, a PharmD, APP, MD, you want to see very pragmatic things hit the clinic that are going to free up your time. And I would love to see tools that help you bill so that you don't have to sit at the end of the day and go through in the computer and code everything. Maybe we can find an AI or a deep learning engine to take care of that task. We would all love to use ChatGPT in our notes because, again, that would, think about all the number of hours of time that we would free up to spend more patient time face-to-face as opposed to writing all your notes and doing all the billing at the end of the day. And so, you know, if those were the first two wins that hit the clinic, I think you would have a very celebrated medical staff across the country if these were acceptable practices. So I think that's really important, is that whatever that step is that we make into the clinic, it augments what the provider is doing, it adds practical value to save time, and that will help with workforce engagement, it will help with burnout, and it'll allow people to go back to the ways that they want to practice, which is calling your patient with results later instead of having them call and check their web portal for 3 or 4 days, and maybe even communicating with your peers across systems to give them updates on what's happening. All of this stuff is really automated right now in a very poor way. And so that's where I feel like AI could come in and bring the core values of medicine back to that patient really experience, that human touch. And it will empower our workforce in so many ways. And so that's the way I look at it right now. There'll be a lot of other discussion around it.
Ed, great points. I mean, the fundamental transaction in medicine is the doctor and the patient, and there is the possibility that this could be transformed. Okay, Doug?
Well, I guess I look at it from what are the problems we're trying to solve today? We have staffing crises in every single cancer center we have. We have somewhere between 13,000 and 19,000 oncologists on the planet, or in the United States right now, taking care of 18.1 million survivors. The number of cancer patients goes up 6, 7, 8, 9% per year as we're graying, and none of these things are about to get better. So I think we have to work more efficiently. And if these technologies allow us to scale so that we can have a physician make better decisions more quickly, have more information available, solve the problems that the patients are actually coming to us with their existential dread and their anxiety, rather than typing on the computer. I'm an enthusiastic optimist as far as that would go. It's not lost on me where we sit. I'm 52 now, and for those of you that, I posted on LinkedIn when Michelle invited me to this thing, on June 28th, when I was born, the day I was born in 1971, the committee came forward to the commission recommending this, and to paraphrase what they said was, for the first time in medical history, we now have the tools and the understanding of physiology to convene, to connect, to make a real difference in this war on cancer. And I would say that that was the beginnings of our understandings of biochemistry and physiology, molecular chemistry, genetics. This is the next phase. So I think it's a natural evolution. We don't have buggy drivers anymore. We don't have people making their living growing hay for the carriages that filled up New York City. This is just like that. And I would say the clinical applications for all of us in our roles as leaders, and hopefully people who are a little bit ahead of everybody else in terms of our reading, is that this stuff is here regardless of whether we like it to be or not. You're not going to put it back in Pandora's box, and it's going to be up to the people in this room and the leaders in this community to regulate it, to make sure it's ethical, to make sure we've addressed bias, and to make sure it's functional and useful for the people who need it most, the patients and the doctors.
What I would add to what you've heard already, just to close out this dimension of the conversation, is that if you reflect on the last 30 years, the time since we all finished medical school, computers and their data have been progressively integrated into healthcare delivery. And that's really been beneficial in many ways, but there have been unintended consequences associated with that. The biggest one being that most physicians today spend more time in front of computers than they do with patients. And that, I believe, personally, is a big driver of burnout. It takes away the fundamental joy in the practice of medicine, and it puts individuals, certainly in our organization, and I expect in some of yours, in front of computers at night, in the evenings. We can measure this when we see clinicians going online, logging into Epic at 9 o'clock at night, and trying to figure out how they're going to supervise math homework and finish their medical records on time. That's a completely dysfunctional system. In fact, it's so dysfunctional that many organizations created a human resource referred to as the scribe to be the interface between the clinician and the electronic medical record. That's fundamentally an indication that there's not been enough innovation. It's actually a barrier to future innovation by companies like Epic, who don't see any need to do this because many organizations are hiring scribes because the EMR is so dysfunctional. If we look at the opportunity that lays ahead of us, you could use currently available technology like NLP, natural language processing, to capture the dialogue between the patient and the doctor, the questions and the answers, the discussion of the therapy, the risks. That could all be exported into a large language model and moved into Epic in a compliant node that then requires light touch editing by a clinician. If we could climb that mountain, we could transform clinical medicine from what it is today to what it could be in the future. So I'm hopeful that AI can really help us to offset a lot of the challenge that's occurred. Just to illustrate this with one example, not that long ago, if you were going to image the chest, you took 2 images, front to back, AP and lateral, and a radiologist had 5 minutes to look at the chest radiograph and say, that's tuberculosis, that's pneumonia, or that's lung cancer. Then computers were used to get better quality imaging. And what happened is that 2 images turned into 300. And the same radiologist was now given the same 5-minute block to look at 300 images. There's no human being that can look at 300 images in 5 minutes. And when you put radiologists on a hamster wheel and you tell them you have to read 50 scans an hour, you can take away the joy in the practice of radiology. And that is what has happened at scale in America with the introduction and implementation of computers in the delivery of healthcare services. This can be completely changed with AI, and hopefully we'll see a lot of companies really moving in that direction in the future. Let's talk now about research. which has tremendous opportunities. If we look at drug discovery or clinical trial design, there are so many aspects of research that could be completely transformed. Doug, do you want to start? And then we'll go down this way.
Sure. I've spent most of my career frustrated by the pace of clinical research, the difficulty in enrolling a perfectly stable, good patient into a trial because of dense eligibility criteria, barriers to care from a transportation standpoint, and the ability to do this at scale takes an hour per CRC to review a chart and screen them for trials. And I know you guys all deal with the same things. Wouldn't it be great if the clinician shows up and the program, the machine learning module, the deep learning module has said, these 4 patients have been screened, they're eligible for these trials, they meet all eligibility criteria. We've already sent the purview letter to the physician so they're aware of the trial. Are you ready to go in and discuss it? And those tools existed a year ago, 2 years ago. There's 6 or 7 companies that are doing it very, very well, scraping this data from a medical record that's full of PDFs and things scanned to the media tab. These machine learning modules can now read this unstructured data, structure it for us just like you've alluded to, and I'm sure we'll talk a little bit more about the scribing, and deliver that as a product to the clinicians or to the researchers who need that in a matter of seconds, or even do it for the patients who choose to do their own stuff. And we've been talking at the Association of Community Cancer Centers about a country-wide clinical trial repository where patients can enter their own information. So we've already got them queued up for a database so that if there's a trial that's open, say in one of your centers, I can immediately identify them with the machine learning module and say, hey, you need to go see Dr. Kim's team. You need to go see Cliff up at Sloan Kettering on Friday afternoons while he's volunteering legally. And I love the time savings there because we don't have enough CRCs or researchers.
Great.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. You know, when I think about clinical research, there's a lot of things you could think of all the way from how we identify drugs to how they get to the clinic to the patients enrolling. And I'm gonna go to the patient side. I think you see where I lean there. And you know, I shared about some excitement that we could have happened on the provider side in my last one. I'm gonna share a little terrified on the research side now. We have to understand that when we have these databases and what we've set up, it's really important to set them up correctly because that's the information that these learning systems are going to be pulling from. And if you have flawed databases or flawed concepts, just as we talked about being superhuman, they will be super exacerbated. And that's what we have to avoid. It's no secret that I've been fighting with our folks at Friends of Cancer Research and at ASCO about eligibility criteria and how we write a median of 37 eligibility criteria in clinical trials in oncology. That's a lot of checklists, and there's usually sub-bullets underneath those 37, so it's more than that. And these criteria are sometimes inherently discriminatory toward these different populations. African Americans, whether you talk about the Duffy code antigen that leads to a lower ANC, or how we calculate GFR in kidneys, these are inherent flaws that we have perpetuated and have incorporated into these protocols. And so if we don't start with root cause, which is fix the protocol eligibility, then I don't see how AI is going to help us with enrollment, because we're going to take those flawed concepts and now perpetuate them even more. And then if we take those flaws, we're going to get flawed populations and flawed results. So that's why I'm terrified about that aspect of it. Until we fix where our baselines are, when we truly can say our scientific eligibility criteria reflect the population that exists, not just specific populations. And we can do demographic tests on these trials and see that 75% are white and very low percentages are of all the ethnic minorities. It's not correct. So I look forward to the day when we can build automated machines to help us with this. But getting ahead of it right now would just lead to even a worse disparity among who we're enrolling into these clinical trials.
Cliff?
So here again, I would like to maybe broaden the lens on this discussion a little bit, because we're talking a lot about the clinical interface, and there's not much to add. You know, the fundamental problem there is only 3 to 4 maybe 5% of adults enroll in clinical research studies in America, and at a minimum, for additional reasons, that's a bottleneck in progress. And we can talk about the use of clinical data sets, those that we derive out of the electronic records to accelerate that. But I would also just add that there is some great promise not yet realized that we should be thinking about on the preclinical side, where I do think these tools may be helpful. And specifically what I mean is drug discovery and drug development. Here, one could start to at least think about the use of some of these well-trained models for narrowing the range of molecules that we might want to explore in a given circumstance, or identifying the properties of a molecule that would inhibit, last night Doug highlighted the progress in RAS and the decades that it took to develop those inhibitors. One could at least dream that having these tools would allow us to shorten that preclinical development time. And that would save, obviously, huge amounts of effort and money, and maybe make the entire system more efficient. I will say at the same time, and this gets back to the core issue, one can't fight the laws of gravity. And what I mean by that simple statement is, in the end, we need conventional, convincing evidence that interventions have utility. We can't model it and then say we know the answer always. We need ways to do that more efficiently. And I think that's what both Doug and Kim have already, to some degree, alluded to. I will say in closing on this issue, I'm actually hugely optimistic on the research side that the equity issue will get addressed in ways that are accelerating our elimination of the gap. And here, I think it's important to reference ourselves or tie ourselves to the current state of affairs. We have huge inequities in access to clinical trials and the products that they produce. And it seems to me that the low cost of distributing these tools into clinics should serve to reduce those barriers. We're still going to be left with expensive drugs and treatments, actually, but at least more people will know what they should be getting.
Thanks, Cliff. I hope we have time to come back to the equity issue because it's such an important topic related to this. Andrew?
Yeah, so there are a few threads to pull here. And I think, Cliff, you were just alluding to this, like, not just the research, but the products of the research. And I think that if you start at the goal is to have more equitable access, right? More drugs, more precision, which we'll talk about in the next panel after this. But the idea that more allows for people to have cure, ultimately, in oncology. And the model of going from drug discovery, right, if we start with all of chemistry space, right, that's estimated to be 10 to the 60. It's a number larger than the total number of atoms in the universe. It's impossible to use novel or existing tools to search chemical space for things that could be drugs. But even if we reduce that space significantly, and we can now with AI, which is fantastic, it doesn't mean that we don't have that proof point yet to shorten the length of time from that discovery to when this thing actually is proven to work and is on market, right? Many of the really exciting AI drug discovery companies right now still have not demonstrated the ability to move faster. It still takes about 10 years to go from that discovery, even if it's in a computer and not like in a pipette, all the way to making a drug, because we have to ensure safety, we have to ensure efficacy, and we have to run these trials. So coming back to recruiting people and ensuring that we can have more representative data, I think one of the advantages that we have seen coming forward in this, in the representative data in the data set has been taking not just what we already do in a clinical study or in the care delivery, right? So what's in the EHR is primarily what we think about here, or on surveys that a clinical research associate might fill out. And we've started to really think about how can you democratize access to those exact tools and maybe even augment them further, right? So the idea of taking data from the real world, which again is from clinical care, but maybe goes all the way to the home, right? How can we use devices to augment what we understand a person's experience to be, right? FDA has now allowed for clinical studies to include patient-reported outcomes, which is great. This is a survey that you answer, right? NIH has funded a whole suite of these things and normalized them so that we understand when a person answers a question in this way, this is what this means. Fantastic for looking for adverse events and for understanding what the patient experience is like. through taking this medicine. But can we augment that even further, right? Going beyond just what the person reports, and actually what is it that we might be able to generate? What does a patient themselves generate if we started to augment their experience with wearables, right? If they had, say, a smartwatch, or if they had a sensor in the home, or things like that. Those kinds of data are way too continuous. There are too many variables. It's very, very difficult to understand what a stream of 100 hertz accelerometry on the wrist means for an individual, right? We can derive things like how many steps did you take, what's your heart rate, are you moving around, things like that. But how that then ties back to all these other things that we care about. How are you feeling? Are you having an adverse event? Is this drug actually working? We have to do all of the math to connect those dots. But I think that that's the next frontier where AI is going to play a huge role, because we have this preponderance of huge data sources. And it's, again, for an individual to stare at that and make a sense of what the trends look like in a way that is meaningful and that we can make claims to help a medicine or to beget a medicine from a molecule. I think that's the part now where we're going to see this revolution occurring. But again, it's a regulatory question. I think there's a lot of evidence that we have to think about with respect to tying those all together.
Terrific points that you've heard. A couple of things I would add, just on the preclinical side, as Cliff was saying, that historically we've really relied on medicinal chemists to look at molecule design and to figure out whether a hydroxyl group or a methyl group needs to be moved to a different part of the molecule, and then to go back into the lab and spend months trying to make that happen before we can put a new compound into a series of tests to determine if it's safe. That process of the preclinical pathway can be accelerated over time, and hopefully we'll see that. On the back end, when things get into the clinic, certainly one opportunity is to use real-world evidence in synthetic cohorts, where you could think about a synthetic cohort as an AI-derived cohort. And you can see over time the ability for us to move to single-arm designs, which are much easier to accrue to and substantially less expensive. And if you have a single-arm trial and everybody's excited to get that new drug or new combination of drugs, and then you have the ability to create a synthetic cohort that is actually better matched than you can get through traditional randomization, because they're matched by all the other medicines they take, they're matched by mutational status, they're matched by age and gender. You can actually get better matching with a synthetic model than you can with traditional randomization. So there are huge opportunities, but they are predicated on the reality that the data going in are good. And that's the second problem I want to dig into now, because as we look at the challenges of this, bad data fed into a model doesn't really yield insights. And that is a real challenge that we have, because much of the data, even the data that rests within EPIC, is wrong. In fundamental things, such as the stage of the cancer, for example. And so we have to really think about how do we get a front mile strategy for data so that the data that we're using for the AI engine is high quality data, and how do we avoid bias that's introduced through these algorithms. So let's talk for a few moments about the quality of the data and the chicken and egg problem that we have right now, and the possibility of bias. We could probably start best with you, Andrew, from the industry side.
Sure, yeah.
Because we've got these algorithms running in clinical environments for sepsis or hyperglycemia, and they're not perfect.
No, and I think there's been an idea of having basically like an FDA label on these algorithms so that we can understand what data went into building the algorithm, and we can then start to apply. But one of the things, just as an anecdote, when I was on faculty in radiation oncology is one of I think the very last, in fact, specialty, certainly in oncology, of the three that are represented here, that still require an oral exam. And I thought that this was a very funny experience, right? To go to Louisville for a couple of days and get grilled by the really luminary, prominent radiation oncologists, and you're given usually a radiograph, not a CT scan, and you're like, what is it that you should do for this patient? And you have to regurgitate. Well, in this large clinical study, this is the way that the patients were treated. But never once are you asked, would this patient have been expected to be enrolled? So when we think about those 37 enrollment criteria, which is the matching piece of all of this, right, is do what we understand from the clinical studies, does it represent something that is right for this particular patient? Now, we don't have the totality of, we're not omniscient, so we don't actually know. No one has a crystal ball, and we're doing our best, right? So you try to use statistics to answer this question. But this ended up becoming my calling card on faculty, because I would ask a lot of my colleagues when we would review our cases with one another, well, you're choosing to use that particular clinical study, but this patient clearly would never have been able to enroll. But the answer to that is, yeah, but what else do we do, right? And we want to use evidence. We believe that evidence base is really critical in the way that we approach things, and yet we recognize that when you're sitting and the human in front of you may not have been eligible for the study, you're going to do your very best based on all of your experience and the evidence that exists today. And this is where I think that this matching problem really comes down to it. And we already heard very specific points of, like, we already know in the literature that African Americans have different EGFR as an example. So that's represented in the data incorrectly because we just haven't gone to measure it, right? We've simply estimated it incorrectly. Those types of errors get propagated throughout. There's another error, though, which is very hard to orient ourselves to, and that is the bias of the physicians themselves, right? So an example of this was that there were large data sets that were captured from emergency department visits in Boston and made available for an AI competition. This was 30 years ago, so this is before any of these modern technologies today. And the AI was meant to predict, of the people coming in with respiratory distress to the emergency department, how many of them died 30 days later. This is very typical also of sepsis, right? So who is going to die of sepsis in the ICU? And it turns out that the AI, when you approached it from a clinical standpoint, did a pretty reasonable job. It would answer questions like, those people who are younger than 65 and those people older than 65 had different rates of death. The people who were older tended to die at 30 days more often than the people who were younger. Great, that's sort of what you already know, like seeing what happens in the ED. Interestingly, there were things that were inverted. So it said people with asthma were much less likely to die than people without asthma. And this is very surprising because you knew as a clinician that people with asthma tended, when they come in with respiratory distress to the emergency department, tend to have really bad problems with breathing and had to have more intervention. And the issue here was that the data source was only the ED visit and then the death certificate, basically. There was nothing about what happened in between. And when you go back and look at what went on, every single person that had asthma in their chart was immediately admitted to the ICU. So they had a level of care that was way beyond the person just walking in saying, oh, I'm not breathing well, and some of those people might be sent home. And they may have been sent home incorrectly because they didn't have the history of asthma. So this is just another example of incomplete data can absolutely bias the way that we understand what happens because we are not capturing every single thing that we do, and nor would I argue that we should do that. But and then and we'll come back to equity, but I do think that one of the things that has been one of the most difficult elements within our society, and certainly we've seen a lot of, in the last 4 years, like since the global pandemic with SARS-CoV-2, a lot of things that were small fissures that we understood in the health system became massive chasms for access, for care quality, for payments. So people who are underrepresented in all of these clinical studies are also underrepresented in clinical care, right? Where they access care is not going to be, the ability to go shop around at 4 different doctors and try to decide which one is the best fit for me, right? Very often there's a single point of contact with the health system, if there's even one, and sometimes that's paying out of pocket because underinsurance or no insurance is still a problem in this country. There are really, really big societal issues that the data demonstrate that when faced with how is it that we're going to build in equity, we have to also recognize that in the 5% of people that do participate in clinical studies in the US, there's also massive bias with respect to socioeconomic status, rural versus urban, locales, zip codes of different kinds of backgrounds that indeed change the way that we understand how it is that we can care for people longer term. So if the goal is to have more and better care, right, better medicines and better care, we have to begin with how is it that we can address these kinds of chasms that have existed. And the data allow us to at least examine the problem. It doesn't obviously give us a solution to it, but maybe it does.
Thanks, Andrew. Cliff?
In terms of the data sets and their utility, I think that was really where this question began for us.
That's right.
We've just heard, I think, an eloquent discussion of some of the challenges. I'll just point out before going on that the root cause here is something that predates this era, which is simply the fundamental problem of retrospective analysis, which has more often misled than led us correctly. And bias in our hypothesis leads to the biased result. But I want to look forward a little bit because, we're talking about what lies ahead vis-a-vis AI. We've spoken a little bit about the use of currently available clinical data sets to generate synthetic control arms and so forth. And again, I think especially with the kinds of upgrades that Ed was describing, that maybe we will get improved records. But I also would urge that everybody look, at least in 24, at a certain reality with regard to the medical records in the US. Number one, and most of you may know this, but it's worth saying out loud, the record systems that we're using are not meant to help us deliver high quality care, transmit information, or accomplish anything that's patient-centric. Fundamentally, they are meant to justify levels of billing. And they're engineered for that purpose. Number two, in the Recovery Act from 2008, which was the, I think, $15 to $17 billion federal investment that accelerated conversion to electronic medical records, interoperability was, to a large degree, assumed or superficially encoded. But the reality is we have failed to achieve meaningful interoperability. And now I'll get to our hard-earned experience with CancerLink. Naively, in 2009 and 10, we set out to build a system to extract this data, which was collected for other purposes, but to start to deliver trial matching, synthetic control arms, quality tools and measures, and improvement. And I'll just give you one of my favorite anecdotes. In the first 2 years when we had onboarded just in the low six figures in patients, I can't remember if we had 300,000 records. We had 8 medical record systems. At that time, simply describing white blood cell count, and this is a number, and it's a standard result that's in every chart, and it's in a database. There were 60 different ways that one variable was recorded in 8 medical record systems deployed at about, 15 or 18 centers at that time. Each upgrade of the medical record system risks putting in code that breaks the conversions that we wrote. By the time we sold CancerLink, we had written more than 1 million lines of code dedicated solely to converting and standardizing those data so that you could then turn around and start to use it in the ways that we're dreaming of. I don't say this, again, to be negative. I am optimistic that we're going to accelerate our progress and get someplace good. But nobody should be deluded into thinking that all you have to do is hoover up a whole bunch of medical records, assemble them, and you're going to have magic. The flaws that are in there, the mistakes that are promulgated, left side, right side, extra diagnoses, social history that's not right, all manner of things not just get inserted, but don't get caught and get carried forward in the quest for higher billing. And so we've learned bitterly. By the time we were done, we had about 7 million records. That's what we transmitted. And I will say in closing, the real value of this isn't the 7 million historic records. It's the network and what we're going to do going forward because of these challenges. I'll just say one last thing because I'm passionate about this. We missed an opportunity 2 decades ago. In the United States, you drive on the right, you stop at a red light, and you go it green. We have a set of rules. It doesn't matter what state you're in. It doesn't matter what city or town. And it is just a tragedy that we didn't mandate a standard database for the medical record system. All different front ends could run. And I'll just say I'm not crazy because your email systems work this way. It doesn't matter if you're in a Mac or an IBM, if you're on a phone or whatever. It doesn't matter. They interface and work and transmit. And we failed at this.
Well, it's an interesting topic because it gets to some of the fundamental dynamic tension here. Should use market forces or regulation to advance AI? It's the same issue that you described 20 years ago.
It's a multi-billion-dollar miss.
We used market forces and it didn't work out so great. That's the reality.
So Cliff and I think very similarly. He took a lot of my thunder on that one, but I agree. No, it's good. It's good. You know, I was going to start, with more an excited side of this, but I was going to start with, for anyone in this room who has a medical record or, is a patient or has that, how many of you have found errors in your own medical records? And that's the data that Dr. Hudis is talking about that's going to be used to now determine things down the road. So there is a challenge there. But, I would be remiss if we weren't acknowledging the fact that we're sitting in the Nixon Library here in California. And California drivers, by the way, do not obey red lights and stop signs. I can tell you that. I've been in both coasts. I've been in Texas. It's pretty bad out here. So
we don't obey, don't walk.
Yes, right, exactly. I think we have to look at this as a call to action. And I think Cliff has talked about this, that we missed the opportunity to standardize these data sets and get structured data when EHRs were coming in. Okay, we missed it. But, Richard Nixon talked about fighting cancer, 50 years ago. And, there wasn't a lot in cancer at that point. I mean, we had, people, brilliant scientists working on this. I think just like we've demonstrated across different academic institutions and other institutions where we can do something like the Cancer Genome Atlas. This is now the next step to how we can bring in AI and come together as a holistic community and start a structured data sort of project. And it's going to take funding at various levels to get this, but I think all of us recognize the importance of getting it right. And the TCGA has been so valuable in so many ways. Sure, there are shortcomings, but you can't solve everything when you start a plan. It evolves over time. I think this is the opportunity now as we have more streamlined EHRs, only a few of them out there now. We certainly want to integrate this type of technology because we know it will benefit folks. I mean, everyone's building their own thing. City of Hope, we have a sepsis aspect, and we're looking at molecular biomarkers. And those data are pretty structured, and they're pretty objective that you can pull from. But to take the next level and really find that unstructured data or more of that human intelligence data where we're thinking about things, we have to have these structured data sets. And that's where I would almost make this a call to action. Let's get together. Let's figure out what we need to do, who we need to lobby, yes, and support the actions that can occur. And I think that will really help propel us over the next decade so that 10 years from now, when we're sitting in the Nixon Library and talking about this, we'll be reflecting on some of the successes that we've been doing.
I just can't help but jump in. I just mouthed to you. The current NIH director, Monica Bertagnoli, when she was at ASCO, started a project to address this, MCODE, the Minimum Common Oncology Data Elements. And it's expanding through the years. It's supported through a partnership with MITRE. And the idea is that more and more of the medical records components will be recorded in a standardized fashion, independent of medical record system or site. So my plug is to look into MCODE and think about implementation if you have any control at all.
Okay, you got the final word here, Dan.
You can't cover AI in 45 minutes for one. I think some of the things that you brought up, I would encourage the audience to play in the sandbox. These guys are maybe 6 months ahead. When these transformers came out in 2017, this was all brand new. The best architects in the world have had access to these tools for 5-6 years. And so I would look back at when we started blogging, or when you had Netscape you'd mentioned, the first time you had an internet browser. I can remember the day one of my senior fellows taught me about Google, or my first Yahoo account when I was a third-year med student on pediatrics. We're at that moment in our lives. Get on there and play. Chatbot GPT-4 costs $20 a month. It will save you hours a day if you spend a few hours now to learn how to do it. I would estimate I probably save 3.5 to 4 hours a day in emails, letters for medical denials. I'm crafting programs for all of my leaders where I'll give them a press release that I've written about the product that I want them to come up with at the end of the year, so they know exactly what my expectations are to work backwards. And those are built in minutes. And so what used to take me an hour takes seconds now. And so I would encourage you, as a last word, plenty of us will be meandering around in the post settings, and we can all connect on LinkedIn or wherever, but it's inherent upon the leaders in this room to start to get facile so you can guide your teams, you can get data governance going, you can start to make sure you're understanding regulations and risk as you guide your own institutions, but you will not be able to compete in 2024, 2025, or beyond without it.
Just a few comments, then we can open it up to questions. As an institutional leader, when we look at the electronic medical record, as you heard from Cliff, we started 20 years ago with 7 or 8 companies over time, but over time, due to market pressures and due to innovation, we're down to what could be described as a duopoly or maybe even a monopoly. And generally speaking, monopolies are not good. And we're seeing elements of that right now as we interface with Epic, which is the dominant system right now. Part of the duopoly is also Cerner, which was acquired by Oracle, and maybe that will open up new avenues for that company. When you look at the EMR, and Cliff made this point really well, it was really engineered for back office function for revenue cycle. And the sale was made to health systems, to the CFO, not to the chief medical officer. And the value proposition was this will improve your AR. Because once the Epic encounter is closed, the bill goes out the door, and it's correct. And that's how they gained market dominance over time. Sadly, it wasn't engineered for the fundamental transaction in clinical medicine, the intersection between the patient and the doctor. That was programmed around the margins after the product was released, and it is imperfect. And we hear that all the time. And that's illustrated by the rise of scribes, the reality that you need a human. Imagine if we all needed humans to work our iPhones, an interface between us and our phone, because the product was so dysfunctional. That's really what we have right now with the main system that's used across America. So that company needs a stimulus to innovate. And if you take away the competition, they do not have the same stimulus to innovate. Now that said, they've done a great job integrating with the medical community. The users group that's been established is really fantastic. And hopefully we'll see AI integrated in very important ways in the future, exemplified, I think, by their reach out to Microsoft and Microsoft's partnership with Epic on the inbox, which could really transform management of the inbox, which is the in-basket, a significant issue for clinicians in America today. So Michelle, should we take some questions from the audience now?
I'm sorry, I heard a lot of excitement, a lot of opportunity, and a lot of frustration. And we have a bifurcated medical system now. What I don't understand is where the leadership is going to come. So we have a system that can work. Is this going to come from the government? Is this going to come from CMS? Is it going to come from Medicare? Is it going to come from the NIH? Because there is no funding at all available now within the current system that we're working with NIH to do a major project or to do another moonshot or to do, so who takes the leadership? Who's in charge? How do we get a system that begins to be coherent, or we're just gonna have one-offs and just see if one of these one-offs is better?
Great question, Ellen. Cliff, probably you're the best position to answer this.
As always, that's actually a universal American healthcare delivery question if you think about it. It's just, this is the latest version of it. I don't have an easy answer because I think pragmatically it's going to be a competition because we don't have a unified set of expectations or leadership on this. I think there's possibility that demonstration or larger projects, for example, even in ARPA H might serve to deliver some of this. I also think, though, it takes a tremendous amount of political will because we would have to agree to some compromises. Some people won't get what they want, sorry. So it's an age-old challenge, and maybe it should be you.
Another question over here.
So much of the discussion turned around things like language processing, deep neural networks, utilizing databases to educate an artificial intelligence system to then give us some assistance. To my mind, the biggest risk is with generative AI. And I'd like the panel to discuss that a little bit.
Andrew?
Yeah, so I think if I'm to read into your question, I think one of the things that we've seen on the generative models has been this idea of hallucination. It's kind of like not a great word for what is actually going on, but the construct, again, as has been alluded to, this idea of answers coming back with a certain level of authority in a language that people believe, right? So when we have used human interface, right, for decades now has been, I have a question, I go into a search box and I get an answer, and you can decide the veracity of that. Now that you're getting full paragraphs, it may very well be that that entire paragraph was just made up, that there are no facts included in that, and yet it seems very factual. That is a very big concern if we were to see that be used extensively within medical practice. And I think that actually before this panel, we were having exactly this conversation. What would it take for us to have a body to either provide an imprimatur or you know, the like good housekeeping seal of approval equivalent on what the outputs would be and whether there are boundary conditions that we can all agree to, like maybe this shouldn't necessarily recommend a chemotherapy, right, because that could kill someone, versus like take an aspirin and call me in the morning, like, you know, Marcus Welby. Maybe a Marcus Welby chatbot is not so bad if it's going to be limited to here are the 6 things that you could do, right? So it's going to be a question, I think, of that type of approach, but we're not there yet.
We're pursuing this very actively right now at ASCO because, frankly, our community isn't so technologically quick. We feel like we have an opportunity and obligation to educate and bring our folks up. I'm just going to share, this is my own personal recent insight, which I didn't understand before. Maybe you all know this already, but it provides some grounding. An answer from search, as you just heard, gives you a bunch of, you know, blue-lined results, and you can click through them and check on it, and they are, to a degree, very authoritative. They may not be relevant to your question exactly, but they are, to a degree, right. The problem with chat that we have to keep in mind is the generative answers aren't facts. They are probabilistic assemblies of words. And I've shared this story somewhat publicly, but I'll just say, when I asked ChatGPT who my wife was, it created in its first answer what you would call hallucination. Gave her a career and position that was not true. And when pressed in the chat cycle, still identified her and where she works and what she does, but the part where she went to medical school was made up. And it's not that it's lying, it's that it was a probabilistic answer. I have a screenshot of it saved forever because it's crazy. And the dilemma is that it looks authoritative, and if you didn't know better, you would think Cliff's wife is a doctor. You'd have no reason to doubt that.
We need to wrap it up. I want to thank the panel for a terrific discussion, and Ed, I hope we can do a TikTok video.
turned you off.
We're going to take a 15-minute break, and we'll be back for our second panel. Will be Precision Oncology, Tailored Care for Better Outcomes at 10:45.
Let us inspire young Americans with a sense of excitement, a sense of destiny, a sense of involvement in meeting the challenges we face in this great period of our history. Only then are they going to have any sense of satisfaction in their lives. The greatest privilege an individual can have is to serve in a cause bigger than himself. We have such a cause.
America is at a crossroads. In recent years, our country has faced challenges and unrest not seen since the Vietnam War period. Teaching curriculum has changed. What it means to be an American is being redefined. Patriotism is at an all-time low, and in the process, we have lost civics education in our schools. Today, most high school students lack any basic understanding of the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, or the roles of federal, state, and local governments. To address this, the Richard Nixon Foundation has launched the American Civics Campaign to transform the Nixon Presidential Library and Museum into an active center for civics education, where students engage in immersive experiences, exhibits, and virtual programs to understand the rights and duties of citizenship in America.
It is time for my generation to rise to the challenge of leading this country towards a bright future. I believe in the American dream, and if we want this dream to endure for future generations, we have an active role to play.
The American Civics Campaign will enable the Nixon Foundation to construct a new 15,000 square foot special exhibition hall to host world-class American and world history exhibits. Create a hands-on civic education center using simulations to teach history and apply principles of the Constitution to events today. Build a pavilion to permanently house two iconic symbols of the American presidency: the presidential helicopter that flew Presidents Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, and Ford all over the world, and President Nixon's one-of-a-kind bulletproof presidential limousine.
My wife Anna and I firmly believe in championing causes that shape the future by preserving the past.
The American Civics Campaign will positively impact the next generation and comes at a critical time when the understanding and appreciation of the American Constitution and basic civics is declining.
Significantly, the American Civics Campaign will fund research and scholarship on the Nixon presidency, providing a roadmap for America on the world stage.
Those in the education process learn the basics of what our founders 250 years ago put in place to create this magnificent country. My wife Barbara and I have had the privilege and the opportunity to make an ongoing donation of $3 million to help try to accomplish this, and we welcome you in whatever might feel comfortable for you to join us in this effort. The key being not the amount, small or large, but your involvement.
President Nixon's opening of China created a great opportunity for me. Now, I want to inspire the next generation of leaders and visionaries to pursue their own American dreams.
To find places like the Nixon Foundation where you can come and get involved in governance, in big ideas, in knowing that you can learn from history to shape the future. This is what this is all about.
We invite you to join the Richard Nixon Foundation in the American Civics Campaign to reclaim American civics and history and empower the next generation of Americans. As President Nixon said to the nation more than 50 years ago, the greatest privilege an individual can have is to serve in a cause bigger than himself.
Paul, won't you be seated, please? Members of the Senate, members of the House, ladies and gentlemen, we are here today for the purpose of signing the Cancer Act of 1971. And I hope that in the years ahead that we may look back on this day and this action as being the most significant action taken during this administration. It could be, because when we consider what cancer does each year in the United States, we find that more people each year die of cancer in the United States than all the Americans who lost their lives in World War II. This shows us what is at stake. It tells us why I sent a message to the Congress the first of this year, which provided for a national commitment for the conquest of cancer, to attempt to find a cure. And now, with the cooperation of the Congress, with the cooperation of many of the people in this room, we have set up a procedure for the purpose of making a total national commitment. I'm not going to go into the details of that procedure, except to say this. As a result of what has been done, as a result of the action which will come into being as a result of signing this bill, the Congress is totally committed to provide the funds that are necessary, whatever is necessary, for the conquest of cancer. The President is totally committed. We have a presidential panel headed by Benno Schmidt, which will report directly to the President so that the President's influence, whenever necessary, can be used to reach this great goal. And in addition to that, all of the agencies of government, the National Institute of Health, HEW, et cetera, are totally committed. Now, having said that, I have spoken exclusively of government up to this point. In this room are scores of people who have worked voluntarily for this cause for many, many years. The American Cancer Society, of course, is the best-known organization, but there are many others as well. And in saying that there will be a presidential commitment, in saying that there will be a congressional commitment, a government commitment,
We'll be starting the panel in 3 minutes.
National commitment
Please take your
means
seats.
more than government. It means all the voluntary activities must also continue. We have to realize that only 1/6 of everything that is produced in America is produced by what government does. 5/6 of what we do in America is produced by what people do in their voluntary and cooperative capacities. And so we need the continued cooperation of all the volunteer organizations. You will have, of course, the total commitment of government, and that is what the signing of this bill now does. Finally, I should emphasize, as Benno Schmidt mentioned just a moment ago, that we would not want to raise false hopes by simply the signing of an act. But we can say this, that for those who have cancer and who are looking for success in this field, they at least can have the assurance that everything that can be done by government, everything that can be done by voluntary agencies in this great, powerful, rich country now will be done. And that will give some hope, and we hope those hopes will not be disappointed. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who have not participated in signing ceremonies, and that, of course, does not include the members of the House and Senate who are here, I see that many of them have been here previously. The custom is always to sign with the presidential pen. I will use 2 pens for the signature, but a souvenir pen will be available to everybody in the audience here. We had to stretch a little to find that many, but we will have it for everybody here. Incidentally, it's a very good pen.
I
but
ask
the
everyone
box
to
is
take
worth
their
more than
seats.
the pen. We'll get the box too. Benno, you get the Richard.
Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to take your seats as we move to our second panel, and we continue the examination this morning of the delivery piece of cancer care. And one of the emerging areas to which more and more attention is being paid is known as precision oncology. Custom tailoring cancer care from patient to patient is an exciting and potentially revolutionary path forward for both patients and cancer care centers. Here to expand on this and lead this discussion is Dr. Mauro Ferrari, a noted nanoscientist and active entrepreneur. He has served as a tenured professor in engineering and medicine at the University of Texas, University of California, Berkeley, The Ohio State University, and Weill Cornell Medicine. For nearly 10 years, he was president and CEO of the Houston Methodist Research Institute and served as executive vice president of Houston Methodist Hospital. Most recently, he presided over the European Research Council. Dr. Ferrari's own work is in nanomedicine, transport, oncophysics, and nanotechnology. His laboratory is actively engaged on these fronts, in particular, an endeavor to develop cures against metastatic breast cancer. Please welcome our moderator, Dr. Mauro Ferrari, and he will introduce our panel.
Well, good morning, everybody. What a delight and privilege to be here. I'll give you a couple of seconds to get used to my Italian accent. And I'm going to be copying Dr. Pister with this idea of introducing everybody, letting everybody introduce themselves with a little fun fact as well. I think that'd be a wonderful thing to get the conversation going. So we are focusing for this panel on the concept of precision oncology. And of course, precision oncology is a word that came into existence perhaps some 20 years ago. Of course, with the promise that it would be a transformational change in the fight against cancer, and in many ways it has been. Some of the early expectations, of course, became reality with new drugs that were molecularly targeted coming into clinical reality. And I'm thinking of Gleevec in 2002, I'm thinking of Herceptin, and so many other of the drugs that you're all very familiar with. Now I think is a good moment to reflect about how far we have gone with respect to the expectations that we had perhaps 20 years ago, recognizing all of the successes, of which there were many, and taking inspirations from the things that have fallen short, so that we can reload and update our strategy and move forward towards serving patients in the very best possible way that we can. Stealing from Dr. Pister's approach, I'm going to start with a fun fact myself. And as some of you that were here last year, this is my third year here. It's a great privilege. It's a great honor. But as some of you may remember, if you were here last year, I sing. All right. I know it's a painful memory for some of you. Yes, but I do sing, and I keep on singing. I've been doing this. And I sing about science. I sing songs that help me reinforce the notion of the scientific communication that I try to do in the many venues where I speak. Because the reality is that intellectually we may be connected, information may be flowing both ways, but to really stick, we need the emotional connection. The heart always wins over the brains in so many different ways. I'm Italian, so I can say that, right? And so I do many times, I do these shows where I talk to big audiences together with an orchestra, and we sing and we talk and we show slides like we would do at a scientific meeting. And I found that that's a great way to engage the community, but not because I sing well. You remember that. Those of you that were here last year remember it very well. It's because I don't. Exactly that. Because somehow, seems like people trust more a scientist that is willing to show his or her limits and to have a good laugh altogether. So there is nothing to laugh about the topic that we're going to be addressing, of course, today. But I think some of that notion of managing and moderating expectations and recognizing that the trust that we can build with the community is based on the truthfulness that we show in terms of successes, but also failures. That is what I would like to bring to the conversation today. And with that in mind, it is my great pleasure and delight to let my panelists introduce themselves. And as you already know, this is a spectacular trio of very accomplished scientists and clinicians. Christina, why don't you take first?
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Christina Annunziata. I am currently Senior Vice President of Extramural Discovery Science at the American Cancer Society. Before that, I just started 6 months ago there. Before that, I spent 21 years as a clinical researcher and laboratory researcher at the National Cancer Institute. So I have experience both in clinical research, laboratory research, and now funding research. So my fun fact, we didn't have much time to prepare for this. So my fun fact,
that's what makes it fun,
I guess, is that, so my favorite type of book to read, my literature genre is sci-fi fantasy. So my favorite book would be someone with magical powers who rides a dragon and fights with a sword. So that's my genre.
I'm tempted to ask you about your favorite music, but we'll do it some other time. You know, Christina is sensational because, of course, not only she did the science, but she was able to bring it into clinical fruition, which is an incredibly complicated task. I've been engaged in contributing to the best I can to doing this, which we call translation. And my personal experience, now that I also work on the industry's pharmaceutical side, my personal experience is that sometimes translating your discoveries into the clinic is a lot harder than doing the science itself. It certainly takes a lot longer. It certainly takes a lot more money and a lot of stick-to-itness and refuse to die type of attitude for the many, 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 many hurdles. But we need to be able to conquer those if we want to serve our patients, which is what we are here to do. And she's done it in the context of ovarian cancer in multiple different dimensions with stem cells and the NF-kappa-Bs and the SMAC inhibitors and mimetics, and with intraperitoneal, of course, immunotherapy. So that works, and I really look forward to learning from you in this panel. Surat?
Thank you. My name is Surat Dorabi. I'm a clinical genomics scientist working as a director of precision medicine at Hoag Family Cancer Institute in Orange County, and I'm honored to be here with all distinguished researchers and scientists. I'm also running the translational laboratory and early detection programs at Hoag. Fun fact about me, again, that's fun, but it's not probably about me, but I have 2 teenagers, and I'm learning a new language. I went from mom to bro, and I'm learning Riz. Anybody know what Riz is? Okay. So in 2023, that was word of the year. Means charisma. So this is a new language I'm learning currently, other than what other stuff that I do. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you.
I'm Linda
Please,
Malkus.
Linda.
I'm the Dean of Translational Science at the City of Hope. I am one of those people who've discovered or noticed a funny band on a gel, which turned out to be an undruggable protein, which I then drugged and is now in phase 1 clinic. So, yay. Fun fact. So, fun fact, I'm going to borrow a little from Tina here. I am a massive Star Trek fan. I do have a uniform, and I have gone to the conventions. But the other thing is I'm also responsible for 180 horses. We can talk about that later. Okay.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Linda. So, again, the word precision oncology emerged about 20 years ago, and it caught on like wildfire, riding on some of the successes and riding on the fact that nobody wants to be the champion of imprecise oncology, right? So, of course, then everybody says, look, I want myself some of that. I'm a champion of precision oncology, of course, is the right thing to do, the right medicine at the right person at the right time. But let's look at what foundations the concept of the right medicine is based upon. Initially, it was all of the omics. And then perhaps it expands rightfully or wrongfully. I don't know. I'm not here to judge. But that is why I would like to start asking our panel with what is their definition of precision oncology. Would you like to start?
Sure, I will start. So I think when I think of precision oncology, there's three main aspects. One is the cancer itself, second is the drug, and the third is actually the patient. So what about the cancer itself? Of course, we have the omics. We need to know what mutations are there. We need to know what different proteins are modulated, what networks are disturbed. So we need to understand the cancer. We also need to know the difference between the primary cancer and the recurrent cancer, the evolution of the mutations that occur and the changes that occur with various treatments, the treatment history, and how the cancer has changed. So we definitely need to know a lot about the cancer in order to be precise. We also need to know about the drug. We need to know how the drug is administered, metabolized, how it interacts with other drugs, what order it should be given if it's combined with other medications, and how that affects its metabolism and its efficacy and its delivery and its delivery into the cancer itself. And then the third aspect is the patient. So the patient, not just the patient's genetic makeup, but also the patient's behavioral makeup. What foods do they eat? What is their diet like? What is their lifestyle? What are their other comorbid conditions? Are they taking other medications? And how does this drug regimen fit into that patient's lifestyle? So I think all of these three things come into my definition of precision oncology.
Thank you very much. Surat?
Thank you. I second what Tina said here, but you know, every one of us here in this room, if you ask them for a definition for precision medicine, that we might have one common, is a model to better help patients. And that can be from early detection. Early detection is also important in precision medicine in general, and here we talk about oncology, precision oncology. Early detection, how we can treat the patients, monitor the treatment, and also monitor recurrence.
Very good.
So, precision medicine, I look at it, and it really has been a revolution in the last 20 years. I mean, we have so many examples of really astounding, beautiful targets where we develop therapeutics to it. But you know, just like the last panel, we're talking about AI, and it just seems so huge. For me, precision medicine is just as huge because you're looking at systems. You know, I live inside the cell nucleus, and so and then I venture out, you know, into the cytoplasm and stuff like that. But touching on what Tina talked about, you know, you have, you know, I found a target. But when you start to think about, you know, this target is modified by something called post-translational modification, because everything is resting on genomics. But then, yes, we have mutations and targets that way. But there is an entire sea of proteins that are post-translationally modified, which we have really barely ventured into. And then actually the thoughts of how, you know, you have the tumor. You know, we always think tumor, non-malignant, tumor, non-malignant. But there's also this entire environment around a tumor that is communicating. It's system on top of system on top of system. And I still feel like we're like in a baby place yet for really beginning to understand where and what precision medicine is and where it can go. That's just my thoughts.
Thank you so much. Now, let me start to challenge a little bit our respective notions of precision medicine and see if all together we can envision what it takes to continue to do better, which is always our challenge. So as I'm looking at the beautiful charts that the ACS puts out every year about mortality rates, since the 1920s or something like that, I look at them, and you all remember them, you all seen them many, many times. There are two big dips, two spectacular dips that are associated. They are divided by diseases, right? They are associated with two objects they were very familiar with. One is the refrigerator, and one is the cigarette, right? Changes in the way society behaves. In the case of the refrigerator, simply because you have access to fresh foods, so much healthier. And the second, the cigarette for cessation programs that have been championed by the government and many other entities. Great, those are the two huge dips. Fortunately, because of the work of so many people in so many different areas, we have also seen a steady decline in mortality pretty much across the spectrum, with the exception of pancreatic and perhaps some rare tumors. And that, of course, that decrease in mortalities is more or less where we sit with precision oncology as well. It is one of the components. I haven't seen with the onset of precision oncology a big dip all of a sudden, which is what we all have in our collective imagination as a community, that at a certain point, some very smart scientist or lucky scientist is going to come up with something, boom, where you see that mortality drop suddenly. It doesn't happen that way. So we need to see ourselves as precision oncology, I think, champions and advocates in that context of the incremental, of course, progress. So my question for you will be at this point, what do you see within this context, or outside if you prefer, as the big successes and the big failures? And I'm saying failures as, of course, junctions along the road where we have the opportunity to take perhaps an even more potent road, and not in a critical fashion, but in a constructive fashion. Why don't we reverse? Would you like to start, Linda?
Oh, of course. Okay, so, everybody's waiting for the magic bullet. At least that's what I grew up with, right? You know, and when I was trained in the last century, the last millennium, it was, you know, we're going to find the oncogene. Well, there's lots of those. And then there was something on top of that called tumor suppressors. And then everybody was looking for the magic bullet. And in my opinion, there will never be a magic bullet. We're going to have lots of bullets. I hope I created a bullet. I'm hoping it was a rocket launcher myself. But I think and we touched on, some of this was touched on in the talk last night, but I think where the magic is going to happen is when we just start to do really great combination therapy. There's still a lot of weight on monotherapy. You know, like they're going to just do it with monotherapy, and I don't believe, especially with a lot of the targeted therapies that we're coming up with, that we're just going to rest on one drug for everything. You know, there's a great energy around certain therapeutic approaches, but it's going to be the dance and, again, the patient individualization that you were talking about. That's just kind of where I'm thinking it.
Thank you. I will come back to combination therapy later, perhaps. Surat?
So this is, you know, as I was listening to the previous panel, and this is what keeps me up all night. We have all these great tests. We do great as much as we can to care for these patients. We don't have a good tool to bring all this combination together, and that's what AI, I'm hoping, at some point is going to help us. Now we do multi-omics, we do proteomics, we do, germline genetic testing, we do somatic testing, we do sequential testing, and we have all this series of imaging. These are all precision medicine, but then put them together, how we can come up with an idea, okay, what is going to help this specific patient? As it was mentioned, a lot of them are linear. We don't know how we can put them all together and come up with, okay, this drug might have a better response to this patient versus the other one. I think what we're lacking is a tool that help us to put all these information that is valuable that we so far have together to come up with a better course of treatment and monitoring for our patients. I think AI is something that I'm really looking forward to help precision medicine.
Allow me to do a quick follow-up with you, if I may. Now, you brought up early detection in the context, of course, of precision oncology a couple of times already. Can you expand on that a little bit? And what do you see is missing? What are the directions for growth that we should be all taking up?
Sure. So we all talk about patient as a whole, and we're trying to help them. We do all this research. We spend billions of dollars on trying to treat patients. But what if we can detect it early? We talk about pancreatic cancer. We normally see them in a later stage. How could we have early detection with if we have an early detection algorithm? That's what I call it, algorithm, not one single blood test, not only genetic testing, not putting family history together. We want to have an algorithm that put all the information together and tell us this patient needs to be monitored this way. And then we can detect pancreatic cancer early. So we can do the surgery and have a better 5-year overall survival or 10-year survival for these patients, comparing to when we actually detect the cancer is too late. We're trying to it's not cure, but we're trying. So early detection in terms of germline genetics, environmental factor, where the patient lived, where they born, and how they raised, and what they were exposed to, I think is also important to put all together for early detection. I think focus on early detection. I'm not saying that we need to move away from treatment, but if we focus more in the next decade or so on early detection, we're going to have a better precision medicine in terms of oncology, precision oncology.
Thank you. Tina, successes and failures and directions.
Yeah, so I think, we're getting, we're sort of blending precision oncology with personalized medicine, but I think that's where we need to go, is personalize the treatments. I think certainly successes, you mentioned there hasn't been huge drops in mortality across the board, but there have been huge drops, huge successes in individual cancers that might be rare, but we really have hit the target on those, such as CML with Gleevec, you mentioned that one. And then some of the other newer target ages. We're targeting a very, very small population with great success. So I think that's why we're not seeing, like I said, like a huge overall drop in cancer mortality, but individual diseases, molecularly defined, have had great successes. I think where our shortcomings are, if we could get recommended treatment to every patient at the correct dose, I think that would be a huge success in making a big impact in mortality. So for example, even with radiation therapy, people can't get through their radiation therapy for one reason or another. Radiation therapy is standard upfront treatment for cervical cancer, for endometrial cancer, for several other cancers. But a lot of times people can't get to their appointments. They can't tolerate the radiation. They can't tolerate the chemotherapy that's given in conjunction with the radiation. So how can we better get people the standard treatment, the FDA-approved treatments? I think that would be more of a personalized approach to medicine to get those people through. Do we need more patient navigators? Do we need more chat bots? Do we need more robots in people's homes to get them through? I mean, these are ways that maybe we could make a more personalized approach to getting patients their standard of care and having a big impact on mortality.
Thank you so much. Now, if I can add a little bit to the conversation, there is a couple of aspects where we're talking about translation. And I had a big wake-up call on translation, even though that's what I've been focusing on pretty much my whole professional life. I've had a big wake-up call again on the timelines. Last week, I was at JP Morgan, and I saw every single one of the CEOs and major leaders of every single major pharmaceutical company worldwide that deals with oncology. And the recognition came that as they were presenting and they were talking about the strategies going forward and the history of how they got to where they got, many times it was research programs that had been going on for 15, 20 years. So perhaps one reason why we haven't seen the drop yet is that it takes from the onset of the scientific recognition to the moment of clinical reality, it takes 15, 20 years and more. So we have seen just a little bit of the science that's been generated since, just a little tiny bit, which begs the question, what should we do to render our clinical trial machinery, of course the discovery, but then development and then deployment? What can we do? And of course, Dr. von Eschenbach has been a legendary champion of that. What can we do as a community to facilitate an equally accurate, or perhaps even better, translation of scientific discoveries into clinical reality? But the second point I would like to bring up, a bit of a provocation for you, of course, great scientists, and for anybody that wants to pick it up. Later on, we're going to have a little Q&A, is that here we are looking at our understanding of cancer at the gene level. Great. That's where it all started. That's a necessary component. And of course, targeting defective genes after we have done our genomic screens, and doing associations, and doing correlations, and all of that is very important. It kind of makes me wonder, though, to take the next step up, and this also ties in with the combination therapy approach. Are we really looking at cancer as a disease of genes? Or are we looking at cancer as a systemic disease, of which, of course, genetic alterations are a fundamental component, but driven perhaps inside of a greater notion of balance that can be tissue level or can be systemic level, having to do with phenotypic expressions that are perhaps more connected to the true reality of what these many diseases are that we call cancer, than certainly than the traditional division in terms of site of origins, right? And I'm thinking maybe it's metabolism, maybe it's imbalances in transport, perhaps genes. I mean, great if we find this gene is important and that gene is important. Personally, I'm curious about finding a gene that is not important at all in cancer. And why? You know, because it kind of points to the need for greater complexity, if you will, into the understanding of what the key fundamental disease processes and their drivers are. And how do we get there? One thing that I would like to throw in terms of precision medicine, of course I'm biased, is mathematics. Is the physical approach of starting with a foundational principle and then looking at these derivatives, which allows you to postulate hypotheses and then to verify or falsify them doing experiments, as opposed to going on a search that comes from a screen, which is very helpful, but is a bottom-up that does not take into account necessarily a top-down perspective. And the other thing that I think is necessary for this, which is the topic that I was hoping would come up in artificial intelligence, and that's where it is. That's where it is. You don't need to build mathematical model from the bottom. You can use applied statistics to find some of the general, of course, correlations that then can give you an idea what is the basic fundamental master equation of cancer. And my impression is that that would not be at the gene level, it's at the tissue level, but probably so at the genetic level. So that was just my personal. Linda.
Well, actually, I like what you're saying here. Again, it goes back to kind of like what I was trying to, but you did it much more eloquently than I did, which I was talking about is a massive systems problem. We make cancer cells every day. We're all cancer survivors in a way. And so like you're saying, it's a balance. We fend it off every day. But and then this is early detection, but how do you do that? What tips it over so that, you go from having this steady state of, your immune system taking care of you to where I don't know if we really have done a lot of work in that area. You might know more about that. I would appreciate hearing, what tips the balance. Sometimes I have thought some of the people we should be studying are these magnificent beasts that actually have fought off like 4 different cancers successfully. It's kind of like we should be studying them, because they may hold a lot of answers with this systems balance kind of thing that you're talking about.
And the gene mutations almost can be seen as reactions to the offset of the balance. Is that what you're thinking? And where that connects, of course, with the notion of multi-drug cocktails, as you were talking about, combination therapies, is that if you look at how those magnificent beasts, humans and animals alike, are more successful at finding cancer, it is never with a single molecule, right? It is never as a combination of molecules and cells. And other dynamics that we probably should be looking into a little bit more in terms of, again, balances. Thank you so much.
So great points. So when we talk about genetics and genomics, I just want to make sure we're not talking about just mutations. We're talking about genetics, epigenetic effect. We are, as you mentioned, we are in infancy here. It's a decade of work, but we still really don't know what to do when, especially I review thousands of reports for somatic testing and also germline a year. I see resistant mutations show up, amplification, fusions. What I'm gonna do with all the combination, there are few studies showing, okay, if you have an EGFR T790M, you need to treat with this drug or any other ones. But really, we don't know. And as you mentioned, we need to talk about immunology, inflammation, something that is beyond what we see as a mutation or any alterations in a gene, but it's, what it affects, like, is not oncogene or tumor suppressor gene, but it will affect the proteins that about inflammation and how the immune system responds. I think this is really important. Like, when we go back to germline genetic testing for hereditary cancer, over a decade ago, we just did BRCA1 or 2 mutation testing. Now we have panels. We do exome sequencing. We do genome sequencing. We have all this data that we're looking at. So there's a new studies looking actually not the mutation. Some patients with BRCA1 methylation, they have hereditary cancer. So we're learning as we go. So I think when we think about it as a big picture, as it was mentioned by the panel, I think it would help us, but I think we're way to go to get to the point that we really want to be. We need to study more and understand everything together, not separately.
Yes, I mean, definitely building on that systemic, I completely agree with you. We are learning, we're learning as we go, and definitely I echo the other 2 panelists about the systemic nature of cancer. It is a tissue disease, it's not an individual gene, but if you think about the immunotherapy, I mean, we have a lot of cancer immunotherapy out there right now, whether it's immune checkpoint inhibitors, CAR T cells, or other sort of off-the-shelf cellular immunotherapies. Vaccines are out there that are FDA approved. These are systemic treatments that are targeting the phenotype and not the genotype. They're targeting either a normal protein that's overexpressed or a mutated protein that's expressed by the cancer. They're not targeting the gene itself. The gene might be the responsible thing for getting that protein on the surface of the cell, but the immunotherapy is really working via the abnormal proteins or the normal proteins that are expressed on the outside of the cell. So if you think of immunotherapy, it can be considered a targeted therapy, a precision medicine, because it is targeting a specific mutation or protein that's expressed on the cancer cell, and it's using the whole body to fight that away. The way perhaps other cancer survivors, that survive cancers, low-level, undetectable cancers, are doing it all the time. So the way our body takes care of it is the immune therapy, and that's what we're trying to manipulate on a cancer-specific level.
Fantastic. So I think through the conversation, we have included in the notion of precision oncology components of personalized oncology, of course. We are looking at including at least components of immunotherapy, of early detection and the technology that goes into that. I propose math and physics of transport. Anything else that we have missed that should become important and prominent in precision oncology going forward?
I think the next panel might touch on that.
The next panel will touch on that for sure. That's why I talked about the refrigerator first. I want to be friends with them, yes. Anything else you would like to add?
Just that, I think we can't talk about precision oncology without talking about diversity in clinical trials. So I think the other panel also brought this up. We need to understand differences between individuals and not just sort of assume everyone is the same. So I think the FDA has a new initiative for diversity in clinical trials. It's a starting point, but it's certainly some knowledge that we need input in order to be able to process that and understand how better to treat cancer on an individualized basis.
Outstanding. I'm looking forward to coming back to that in a moment. Anything you would like to add?
I think also something that in terms of not looking at science is availability. I think what we're lacking currently is what we see in some rural areas that availability I think is important to also consider.
I think access is as fundamental, if not more fundamental, than anything else we have talked about on the science side, because that is where the ethical responsibility for us all as a community resides. So I certainly agree with that. Of course, we can also mention things like gene editing. We can look at the gene therapy of the RNA type through vaccines or through silencing approaches. There are many new tools that I trust will continue to be featured and will become more and more prominent in this broader umbrella, if you will, of precision oncology. But let me ask you really quick. You have all been working intensively on the translational side. So can you share with us your personal frustrations, if any, and use that as a foundation to propose things that could be done better to move discovery safely and effectively to the clinic in a more efficient fashion? Any frustrations, or am I the only one that has experienced frustrations in translation, of which I have many stories to tell?
I think the frustrations in the clinical arena, in translating to the clinic, is that you have a set of very distinct findings in the lab, and then you have a very diverse population that you're trying to administer that to. Whether it's, when you're doing your mouse studies, they're all female mice, and then you take that to a male and female population. It might not work out the same way. I think that's probably the biggest frustration. Other frustrations would be getting access to the experimental drugs that you want to use in the clinical trial. So that's a whole other regulatory aspect that can be very frustrating. But I'll turn it over to the other panelists.
No, I agree what Gina said, but I think we all, other than also funding, is another, could be a limited factor for some translational research. As Tina mentioned, dealing with pharma companies and mouse models and bringing everything, it costs these days so much. I think if it was not for cost, I think we would do much better work in a translation or oncology research than what we do right now.
I read it someplace that the two rarest things to find on the face of the earth, one is a gene that is not involved in cancer, and two is a scientist that doesn't think that more money should come to science. I think, I think we have talked about both. Linda,
Well, actually,
but I agree.
I've had the great privilege of working with a wonderful medical oncologist named Dan Von Hoff. And he's been a phenomenal mentor to me. And so when I got the approval, I got the email that the FDA had approved our doing the clinical trial. Dan was so sweet. He said, Linda, I'm going to send you something right now. I want you to look at it. And I go, so he sends a file, and I open it up, and he's on the phone, and it's a Gantt chart. You know what a Gantt chart is? It's like this chart. And he goes, so it's 6 pages, this Gantt chart. And it starts with naming the compound, and it ended with dosing the first patient. And there were 350 steps. And he says, Linda, you're at 349. And he goes, and I said, Dan, I'm so glad you never showed this to me before, because I don't think we would have got here. And that is part of the problem.
Thank you so much. I've been advised that we only have 5 minutes, and I certainly don't want to deprive you of the opportunity of asking questions.
Thank you. Thank you to the panelists. It was a really good discussion and the moderator. So I have 2 questions, one to the panelists and one to the moderator. If the panelists can comment on precision medicine in the realm of the tumor microenvironment, what's being done to address in a very precise way things like tumor-associated macrophages, T regulatory cells, and the like. I think that's an important aspect and maybe something we can discuss. And to the moderator, given your expertise in nanotechnology, nanomedicine, and drug delivery specifically, how can we use those tools to augment the delivery, more effective delivery of precision medicines?
Thank you very much. Anybody would like to take the first question?
Okay, sure. Yeah. So the tissue microenvironment is extremely important variable that is not is often overlooked. You mentioned the immune cells. Certainly, we need to get rid of the immune suppressive cells. We need to bolster the trafficking of the CAR therapy, if you're using that, the trafficking of the T cell into the environment. Other things that we might not think about is the acidity of the microenvironment. It could be that the tumor is very hypoxic, and then the delivery of the cells, the drug, the protein, is going to degrade and not get to the tumor microenvironment in an effective way. I mean, these are all various things, the blood vessels that are going into the microenvironment. We talked about angiogenesis, I think, last night. What's going on there? How can we optimize that? I mean, I think all of these aspects are being studied, but I think our challenge is to bring them all together and try to figure out what needs to be done at the exact moment.
Yeah, so this is a great point. Tumor microenvironment is very important and critical. Unfortunately, not a lot of clinical testing is available for that. I really would like to see that I see some of my colleagues from different laboratories here and encouraging them to put that on a report, because what I want to see, in an ideal world, I want to see when the patient's diagnosed with cancer, I want to see full profiling from tumor microenvironment, what is clonal, what is subclonal, and then see the evolution throughout the disease progression or treatment. So tumor microenvironment, other than the clinical research setting, not much available in a clinical setting. But I agree with you, we need to have those available to us for patients. Like if the cost was not an issue and we had the availability of all these tests, we would do all of them up front. So that's one of the topics we didn't get to talk about, is how we can improve precision medicine in terms of, local private hospitals. We all talk about clinical trials, and all can be depending on tumor microenvironment, clonal, subclonal aspect of the tumor, as well as the big picture of the profiling.
Thank you. Be very happy to give a super quick answer. Yes, nano certainly is a component of personalizing, and we have dozens of new drugs that have come ever since Dr. von Eschenbach launched the Cancer Nanotechnology Initiative, and without which, by the way, I don't know that the mRNA vaccines would have come into existence as quickly as they did. So the far-reaching implications of what the gentleman did, I think, are many. But certainly, nano is now become so diffuse and so broadly distributed that they really get subsumed under the notion of formulation, which we do for all drugs, for any drugs. So it is present in so many different ways that nobody even knows about. And I think that gives me good hope that it can continue to develop into something more important. They don't do nano stuff anymore. There are many things that you can do after that, but they don't refer to the notion of transport, of mass transport in the body, which I think, if there is a master equation of cancer anywhere, I would be surprised if it did not involve the transport. And that is why I think these type of strategies are going to become more and more important for sure. Do we have time for another question? Okay, good. Okay, I'm Italian. I keep on going. I'm sorry. So I thank you all very much, these great panelists of ours, and I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you to the panel. We're going to go take a quick break, and we will reconvene in here at noon with the UCI luncheon and our keynote speakers, Joan London and Julie Gerberding.
Some question was, can you sing
Can I get a quick picture with all of you?
Of course.
Good isn't good enough. It's your health. You only have one body. So whatever you're facing,
He had a stroke.
be it critical
Natalie, I feel very confident this is the right course for you.
or common, no matter how you're feeling,
We'll check on your heart vessel. I'll need to perform a cardiac cath.
whether your pain is at a 1 or a 10, know this: you will be heard. And we will be there with the groundbreaking care you'd expect. Compassionate, expert care starts here.
I think the time has come to make it possible for every American to have access financially to the best health care this nation is capable of providing. Those who can afford it should pay for it, but those who cannot afford it must not have it denied on that account. We don't want a generation of Americans on the 200th anniversary of this country, that's just 3 years away, to look back and wonder why, in the richest country in the world, some were denied the right to live because, in the starkest sense, they just couldn't afford it. We want to leave a legacy of peace for the next generation. I'll have more to say about that later. But that achievement will be flawed if we cannot also provide a legacy of life whenever we have the means to do so. We have to increase the availability of our health service, and as high as the quality of that service is, and it is high in America, we have to increase the quality as well. There are those who say that health services in America can only be improved and extended by the federal government. And with that, I totally disagree. That will be a major subject for debate during this session of the Congress and during the year 1974, when some health care legislation is going to be enacted, in my opinion. But let me give you the reasons for my opposing the total federal involvement in this area and control of it, and my reasons for the program that we have presented to the Congress. I believe we should build on the great strengths of the health care system in this country that we already have and not destroy them.
We'll be starting the program in approximately 2 minutes. Everybody, please take your seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to begin the luncheon portion of the conference. 2 years ago, at the inaugural Nixon National Cancer Conference, UCI Health was our very first conference sponsor. And I had the pleasure at that conference of introducing Dr. Stephen Goldstein. Now I have that pleasure once again, and I have him to thank for UCI's continued support. As Vice Chancellor of Health Affairs at the University of California, Irvine, Dr. Goldstein oversees a $2.4 billion enterprise comprised of the Susan and Henry Samueli College of Health Sciences, UCI Health, and the UCI Centers and Institutes of Health. He is leading a major expansion to unite health disciplines. UCI's unique model is driven by the UCI Health Affairs mission: discover, teach, heal. Notably, UCI Health serves nearly 4 million people as the Orange County region's only academic health system. Right now, a new complex, UCI Health Irvine, will increase access to care now provided by the 460-bed hospital in Orange and 14 other service sites across the region. With over 30 years of experience as a physician scientist, pediatric cardiologist, and academic administrator, Dr. Goldstein focuses on improving the human condition through education, research, and care. He has served as a scientific advisor to the National Institutes of Health for Nanomedicine and vice chair of the National Science Foundation Advisory Committee for Biological Sciences. Please welcome Dr. Stephen Goldstein.
For that introduction. It is a pleasure to be here, inspiring for this third annual Nixon National Cancer Conference. Incredible progress every year, incredible opportunity. I'm going to take a moment to insert a comment about the great sessions that we had this morning. And what I'd like to offer is an answer to Dr. Siegel's question and maybe bring up a risk and an opportunity that the extraordinary panel didn't touch on, but it was really incredible. The answer to the question of who's gonna lead gets to what Cliff said. Monica Bertagnolli, the head of the NIH, is so on top of this. It's not just M-code. She is looking at all of us and saying, Without adequate data, we can't do AI. The data is everywhere and distributed. She is working on putting bills through the Senate and other funding mechanisms so we can actually pull this off. And I actually, from last night, because we're working on this with her, just one comment of where they are. The NIH director, under HHS's auspices, is creating and deploying a de facto multi-tenant model whereby individual sites and entities make their highest fidelity data available between partners without normalization through subtraction, while preserving lineage, provenance, and provisions back to each data element generated to or prescribed by the individual patient, and it goes on from there. This is the type of data that will let us do the things we want to do, and it will be bringing the data together from all of us and protecting where it comes from, but allow us to do the things the incredible things we talked about this morning. So the risk I want to add to the discussion, because it didn't explicitly come out, is this is the patient's data. And all of this has to be under patient control. And the opportunity I want to mention is, we touched on briefly, is about real-world evidence. All of those things that we do to make sure someone fits into a clinical trial is different than what happens when the medications go out into the wild. All of a sudden, all the blinders are off and everyone is getting it. That is an incredible rich data source that will change how we think, how we deal with the patients, and it will speed the process to new discovery, because if the FDA knows that it's going to be studied on the back end, then it makes it easier to go forward on the front end. So I thought the sessions were extraordinary this morning, and I wanted to add that in. So at UCI Health, we have the incredible advantage that we're ensconced in the loving arms of an entire university. And what that means is, when I'm talking to you about AI, it's not just our health enterprise. We have a School of Information and Computer Science we're working with, and engineering, and physics. It really is the added advantage we have as we come forward. And UCI has been doing pretty well. This last year, it's one of the 71 AAU institutions in the United States, but for the 9th year, it's a top 10 public university. And this last year, we had the 4th most applications in the nation for undergraduate education. And over the last 5 years, doubled the research portfolio to about $600 million. So that's doing fine. And UCI Health, as a part of that, is also doing incredibly well over the last 4 years. I need to brag about Chad Lefteris, our CEO, and what the hospital has been able to pull off. The Vizient organization, many of you will know, evaluates different academic medical centers. And this year, UCI Health was in the top 10 for both inpatient and outpatient among the academic medical centers, something I think is a real sign of pride and confidence. And the trajectory that you just heard about is really, I think our strength is based on, we bring all of our schools of health together with all of our institutes and studies and our health system, and it operates as one virtuous cycle. We care for the patients, we learn what we're not doing well enough, we study it, we come back to what we teach, and that continuous improvement cycle means that we can give the best care to the patient today and make it better tomorrow. Obviously, I could talk about this for about 3 hours, so I won't. When it comes to cancer, I am proud to say, as Orange County's only academic medical center, and as the Orange County-based NCI Comprehensive Cancer Center for going on 30 years, we provide the most care to cancer patients in Orange County. And moreover, because 5 of the 56 comprehensive cancer centers are within the University of California, our cancer consortium altogether offers annually 1,000 clinical trials. This is a way to really advance the quality of care. We're supporting our cancer programs in many ways. One, we just are now building a new 215,000 square foot research building called the Falling Leaves Foundation Medical Innovation Building that will expand, where our cancer research will expand. And any of you who have driven down Jamboree will have seen we're building a 1 million square foot new medical center. Thank you. And starting on June 12th, the Chow Family Comprehensive Cancer Center and Ambulatory Care Building will begin seeing patients. That's 193,000 square feet. On April 30th, the Josie Wenin Family Advanced Care Ambulatory Building will begin seeing outpatients for pediatrics and adult care. And then a year later, the hospital itself will open up. And then there's more. Really close to home here in Yorba Linda, we've just opened up a cancer infusion center with 16 sites so that care is distributed around Orange County and we can reach our patients. So between discovery, teaching, and healing, we are proud to be a supporter of this enterprise and delighted to be a part of everything that you're doing here to advance cancer care. So thank you.
It's now my pleasure to welcome Dr. Ellen Siegel, founder and chairperson of Friends of Cancer Research, a think tank and advocacy organization based in Washington, D.C., and probably, I am safe to say, the leading cancer and healthcare policy advocacy organization in the country. When she founded Friends in 1996, Dr. Siegel saw a compelling need to increase public awareness and support for cancer research and recognized the need for increased scientific capacity across all federal agencies. At that time, Dr. Siegel was a presidential appointee to the National Cancer Advisory Board, along with Marlene Malik, who joined Ellen in 1996 as president of Friends. Dr. Siegel holds leadership positions with a broad range of cancer advocacy, public policy organizations, and academic health centers, including MD Anderson Cancer Center External Advisory Board and the inaugural Board of Advisors for the George Washington University's Milken Institute of Public Health. She currently serves on the board of the Foundation for the National Institutes of Health, where she chairs its governance committee. Dr. Siegel most recently served for 10 years as chair of the inaugural board of directors of the Reagan-Udall Foundation. She is a member of the steering committee of the Nixon National Cancer Conference, and it's my pleasure to welcome her to introduce our lunchtime speakers, who she knows very well.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be here. What you should know is basically a Marlene Malik's friend. And all I need to do is just say, I'm here with Marlene, and everything goes very, very, very well. She's been a proud partner and part of Friends from the very beginning, and her involvement is heartfelt, and I'm proud to be a friend of Marlene's. But my task today is to introduce two remarkable women who need no introduction. That seems to be what they give me all the time to do, introduce people who need no introduction. But in any event, I'm going to try to give you some highlights of people that you know and are well known in the field. Joan London needs no introduction. Everybody knows her, everybody admires her, and everybody loves her. But there are some things, just a few things, I want to use this opportunity to say about her. Joan London has used her many and great talents and the opportunities for her to make some very meaningful contributions. This is especially in the areas of cancer, awareness, medical health, education, aging, and caregiving, all incredibly important. Joan London was born in Northern California and began her broadcasting in Sacramento for almost 2 decades. From 1980 to 1987, she was a part of the shared national experience as the co-host of Good Morning America, so we woke up to her every morning. They told me to say she was inquisitive, and I changed it to say she is inquisitive, empathetic, and as reported from 26 countries, covered 4 presidents and their first ladies, and the White House reported from 5 Olympic Games and talked us through 2 royal weddings. Well, I'd like to know a little bit more about that. Okay, and I'm still not finished. In 2007, she unexpectedly became the sole caregiver for her 88-year-old mother, who was failing health after a number of mini strokes. As a result of her baptism by fire in the world of senior care, she became an expert, an advocate, and a spokesperson. In 2014, Joan London was sideswiped with a devastating diagnosis of stage 2 triple-negative breast cancer. That is not easy. Typically, but not easily, she decided to fight her cancer and cancer itself by going public. She returned to Good Morning America and talked about her diagnosis as her feelings, her fears, and her hopes. Her honesty and forthrightness in facing and describing the condition and the courage she showed in going public were a model and an inspiration. Happily, her treatment consisted of chemotherapy, surgery, and radiation, and was successful. And the next year, she told the whole story in an honest and vivid bestseller, Had I Known, a memoir of survival. So this is really important. And London, she now has a podcast called Second Opinion with Joan London, and the show is now in its 18th season, works to educate, promote good health, improve doctor-patient communication, and to empower people to take charge of their own health care. So that's Joan London. So this is, I asked you to welcome her, but before you welcome her, I am going to introduce Julie Gerberding. And by the way, the remarks they gave me, I've shortened this by 60%. So we could have been here for 2 hours, but in any event, another remarkable and special woman is Julie Gerberding. I'm honored and proud to introduce Dr. Julie Gerberding, and that you will hear from her shortly, and proud to serve on the board of the FNIH with her. Julie is the Chief Executive Officer of the Foundation for the National Institutes of Health, the former director of the Centers for Disease Control, and the most cited expert on public health and biosecurity, is virtually here with us in Yorba Linda. Growing up in Brookings, South Dakota, at the age of 4, Julie Gerberding decided that she wanted to be Dr. Julie Gerberding. Having made up her mind, well, she certainly did achieve that at age 4. That's pretty important. I have a 6-year-old granddaughter that I'm saying she has to be a doctor too, so I'm going to tell her about you, Julie. She never wavered from that goal, and that was a good indication of the direction and determination she would lead her to great things. In the early and mid-1980s, she was an intern at the chief medical resident at UCSF, specialized in infectious disease. In 1998, Julie went to CDC. I think I may have skipped a page. Okay, okay, I did skip an important page. Okay, and those were the years in San Francisco when the epicenter when HIV and AIDS appeared. So you can imagine her background and the critical public health need. Looking back on that terrible time when she had so many of her patients that died, she said, "We learned to be humble doctors and to include patients in their own medical decision-making." And when she says it, she really does mean it. That humility, that empathy, that dedication, and that sense of patient centricity has continued throughout her career. In 1998, Julie went to CDC, and in 2002, she became the director, first woman to hold that job. In 2004, she was on Time Magazine's list of the 100 most influential people in the world. From 2005 through 2008, she was on Forbes Magazine's list of 100 most powerful women in the world. They should have also said one of the nicest women in the world, too. Time concluded that such openness to collaboration is a hallmark of Gerberding, a style that will remain the key to show how the CDC handles future crises in 2004 and was prophecy in 2024. That's a fact. She then went on to Merck, and I'm not even going to go through that, but now as CEO of the Foundation for the National Institutes of Health, Dr. Gerberding continues to support and encourage research in America and around the world. I'm proud to be on the board of FNIH and have worked with her during these critical times. The sense of purpose, she has a sense of purpose. This sense of purpose has driven her life. That humility, that wisdom, and that dedication to bringing meaning and value to others characterizes Julie Gerberding's career and defines her character. So now it's time to hear from Joan London and Julie Gerberding. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. And I have some good stories I could tell you about from that royal wedding. What a great room full of some of the best minds in cancer research. Julie was going to come and be here with us today, but she couldn't because Julie, I think you're either Washington or Bethesda for an honor of Anthony Fauci today. I think I'm right?
That's right, yes. We were unveiling his portrait.
Aha, okay. So I really want to talk to you, Julie, about the FNIH, but first, I want to go back to the CDC for just a moment because we are living, all of us, in this unsettling world where there is growing distrust of the healthcare system, of physicians, and even of science itself. And I think back to when I was covering the CDC for ABC, and you were the director at the time, the first woman director ever. And my takeaway was that I didn't really think that the American public truly understood the CDC's important role in our society, not only in preparedness for medical bioemergencies and epidemics, but even down to the everyday health that is so crucial in everyone's life. Can you just take a moment to remind us in this time of public distrust, the CDC's role?
Thank you, Joan. And I'm sitting here thinking we should be referring to you as Dr. Joan. I like to think of the CDC as the organization that is on the front line of health protection, whether we're talking about pandemics or whether we're talking about just ordinary health and well-being across the life stage. So for example, it's CDC and your public health system that makes sure that new babies are screened for genetic diseases or have hearing tests. It's CDC that supports the outbreak investigations when we have a foodborne illness and we've got problems with our lettuce or our raspberries or whatever the problem may be. But CDC is also the source of much of the statistical health information that helps us understand what are the big issues, what is the status of Americans' health, what is happening with maternal mortality, and what do we need to do about it. So basically, assessing the health of America is a core function of CDC and the public health system. Beyond that, there are centers for chronic diseases like diabetes and heart conditions, the Injury Center, which is really important in understanding traumatic brain injuries, head trauma, etc., and the Birth Defects and Developmental Disability Center. One of the biggest surprises for me when I was at CDC was the Environmental Health Center, which has some of the best science in government, just unbelievable science to really help understand what are the chemicals and the environmental problems that contribute to health complications of pregnancy all the way through complications at the end of life. So it's a very broad health protection agency, and you usually don't notice it unless something goes wrong.
Yeah. Well, you went from that public health arena into the private sector at Merck, and then you've now gone on back once again. And I should say, after interviewing Julie a number of times, I mean, she started out in San Francisco, and she was doing her residency in the hospital there when the patients were first coming in and dying, and they couldn't do anything for them, and they didn't know what it was. It turned out to be the beginning of the AIDS epidemic. And you've said that that kind of led you on this path to not necessarily just go into private practice, but to go into public health. So here you are now again at the helm of the FNIH. I want to know what drew you to this role and the importance of the FNIH.
You know, people sometimes wonder, why would there need to be a foundation to support the NIH? It's a well-funded research agency, et cetera. But even with the support that the NIH has received, the possibility of what science can do is enormous, but no one can do it alone. And there are some really big problems, like some cancers that we're talking about today, like neurodegenerative diseases, like mental health disorders, where no one NIH institute or no academic research center or no biotechnology or pharmaceutical company can really solve. It takes an ecosystem. It takes private-public partnerships, but it's actually difficult for our government to establish partners in the private sector. And the FNIH functions primarily to build the collaborative team science that allows the NIH and the very best researchers there to interact with their counterparts across the biopharmaceutical space and the academic space, but also more recently, foundations and patient organizations. So when you bring a wise crowd together in a pre-competitive way to try to understand either the basic biology or the opportunities to accelerate drug development and approval, you really end up with catalysts that make drugs available faster for people who need them the most.
Well, there's always seemed to be this incredible competitiveness amongst different, the big research institutions for the dollars, for the NIH dollars, the funding dollars, and also, might I say, maybe the accolades for the discovery. And it was difficult, but we have been seeing a lot of progress in going from that silo form of research into what you call the team science in its finest form, to use your own words. But talk to us about, has that aligning, has that new way of team science, is it progressing as quickly as we need in order to get the results that we need so badly?
I think in the pre-competitive space, there's been tremendous progress. One catalyst really is the incredible expense involved in taking advantage of the tools of science that are now available to us. Some of the instrumentation and technologies are just cost prohibitive for everybody to have their own private stash, so to speak. So sharing resources is one big motivation. But also, as we begin to mature as researchers, we understand that having data is not the source of power. Sharing and learning from data and creating a data commons is a much more valuable resource. And to the extent that we can build integrated or federated data sets and take advantage of the universe of people working on a common problem area, we really can make progress. Kind of a prototype of that is a private-public partnership the FNIH was involved in many years ago, getting started, something called ADNI, which was a private-public partnership focused on Alzheimer's disease. And they started in an era where there was very little known about biomarkers or diagnostics for Alzheimer's. But through the collaborations that have gone on through the years, enormous progress has made, and I think is one of the reasons why we can now begin to have strong hope that there will be better treatments for neurodegenerative diseases. Sometimes the runway is still long, but the collaborative effort really does build that wise crowd and makes the data more valuable because more people can formulate hypotheses and use it to answer questions.
And you've also impressed just the need to have patient involvement so that they can provide what you call that important lived experience. So how important is having that perspective, that evidence-based lived experience in obtaining the best results?
You know, I have two personal frames on that. One you mentioned, and that is the experience of being trained in the era of HIV when we had no medicines. All of our patients died. And we had to understand medicine as an art and a very empathetic humanitarian endeavor. And so understanding our patients, not just as they laid in the hospital, but what was going on in their outside lives, a very patient perspective. They were our best teachers. So that really instilled that sense in me from the very beginning of my medical evolution. But fast forward to where we are today, when our patients have insights and perspectives on what they need, what they care about, and increasingly are coming to the table not as people to tell us a story and help arouse our emotions, but as experts who bring their perspectives about their lived experiences to the very beginning of when we're even formulating the priorities for research. At FNIH, we put a new effort on patient inclusion and patient centricity across our end-to-end platform. And I'm telling you, we learn so much and make adjustments in our protocols, who we're enrolling and why, what the studies might look like, really makes an important and powerful difference in how we prosecute the portfolio.
Well, and what you're saying, it's also talking about the mental health of the patient. I know that mental health has been a big focus of FNIH, and it's also a big part of the struggle I think that patients face when they're facing a dire diagnosis and battling cancer. So how are we dealing now with the kind of that holistic look and acknowledging something that's not always talked so much about throughout a cancer patient's journey?
I think broadly speaking, you know, across the United States and in many other parts of the world, mental health really is the number one health challenge that people face. It's a part of many, many other conditions, and the stigma is still a barrier to really addressing it effectively. But, you know, science is also a barrier. We really haven't developed a lot of new targets for treatment of mental health diseases. We still diagnose most mental health conditions by using very subjective criteria. There's no blood test for depression, for example. So we have so much basic biology to work out in these areas. And yet, you're bringing up cancer, which is one very major area where mental health is just part of the whole disease discovery, treatment, and survival process. But it doesn't always get addressed in the context of the more traditional medical model. So, I think it's an opportunity to not just improve survivorship, but to improve thrivership, if you will, to really help people be able to emerge from their initial confrontation with cancer with something that looks like hope and a very positive spirit. And yet it gets neglected all too often.
I remember my oncologist who was treating me said 10% of my job is making sure I pick the right treatment. 90% of it is getting my patient through the battle and keeping that positive, strong attitude. You know, another focus I know of the FNIH is maternal health and newborn health. And I want to talk about this in the terms of, it brings up two issues, which is access to good health care and also respect of the patient. So let's start with access to health care, because that is a huge issue, obviously, in those fields of maternal health and newborn wellness. But it's also a huge aspect of getting the right care to the huge entire population. And people that aren't in metropolitan areas just don't have always have that kind of access to good care.
You know, it's one of those
FNIH,
conditions.
Julie, does the FNIH attack issues like that as opposed to just looking for new treatments?
I think we have a population health portfolio that's quite extensive, and maternal health has been one of our priority areas. On a global basis, just this past year, working with the National Institute for Child Health Development, a very large study, 33,000 people study was done globally that demonstrated that a single dose of a generic drug, azithromycin, during labor and delivery can reduce maternal infection by 35%. Maternal sepsis by 35%. For those who don't know, sepsis is very serious and often fatal condition. So yes, we're very involved in looking for solutions that have broad population health impact, and maternal health is one of those. Now we've moved on to begin to tackle preeclampsia and eclampsia, the hypertensive disorder that is one of the 3 leading causes of maternal mortality, even in the United States. So we try to tackle the important unmet needs, but we also do it with health equity in mind when we're making those priorities.
So the second half of that is this respect of the patient, and especially in communities of color, which I think has contributed to distrust in the healthcare system and even these days in science itself, but a distrust in those communities towards their doctors. How do we go about restoring the public health, which is really important right now?
I think it's a conundrum. I mean, I can't think of a better word. Trust is so easily broken and so hard to re-earn once you've lost it. And yet, there are things that we're learning about the genesis of trust and mistrust and the intersection with misinformation and disinformation, which certainly is a driver of increasing the amount of distrust that we're experiencing. One of the dimensions of that is to recognize that trust is usually not easily developed from the top down, like from the most senior people in government. It really is local. Trust comes first from the people you already trust, people in your neighborhood, people in your church, people in your community or in your family. And so helping to make sure that those touch points, those influencers in people's own personal ecosystem have good information and have reliable resources to fall back on when they need to understand or know something. And that really has to be built from the ground up. I think we saw that during COVID when the vaccine programs that relied on local influencers and trustworthy people who already lived and interacted in the community, those communities had much better confidence in vaccination and much better uptake rates. But it's very hard to influence that on a population level, and it's part of, in my opinion, that's why we need a public health system that works, so that we have those local people on the ground who are interacting with the community and the community service organizations regularly, and they build trust over time in all of the ways that they interact and provide support to the community.
It's interesting, the last time we spoke, we were talking about kind of where we went wrong with COVID, and you said that part of it was that it was all data, you know, how many people were hospitalized, and that we kind of forgot the human element, and that could have been part of the kind of coming apart.
You know, it risk communication, as you know, you are an expert in it. It starts with recognizing where people are. And while we didn't walk around as individuals and express our fear or our fatigue or all of the emotions that the pandemic created, we all had those feelings. And if you don't really acknowledge that it's scary, it's uncertain, it's stressful, it causes great disruption and sometimes other more serious emotional responses. So if you barge into that kind of a context and you're talking from your left brain about data and statistics and what you should do and shouldn't do, you lose your audience out of the starting gate. I have to really begin with an expression of humanity. I'm so sorry we're in this situation. It's hard for everyone, and I sure wish we had better answers today. Here is what we do know, and based on what we know today, this is what we're recommending. But stick with us because we're learning as we go, and we'll be back with you tomorrow if we learn something that causes a change in the recommendations. Just something to express appreciation that this is really hard rather than coming in as an expert telling people the information in an abstract sense. We just missed the boat on that. Not everyone, by the way. My exemplar and favorite person to listen to during the pandemic was the woman who led New Zealand, because as the leader of that country, she did a brilliant job of risk communication. So go back and watch her videos if you want to see what good looks like.
Well, it's interesting because when I went back and looked at the video from when I first interviewed you the very first time, and I asked you the question, what is the most pressing danger to the public health? And I expected you to say epidemic or bioterrorism, and you didn't. You said obesity. So is there enough research going on this health issue, since we all know that obesity leads to diabetes and cardiac problems and cancer?
I think we really are reframing how we think about a lot of chronic and metabolic diseases. One dimension of that is going upstream and recognizing that the driver of these conditions may lie way before we get to the actual symptoms of specific outcomes that you're mentioning. And so the biology that's really driving inflammation or the epigenetic changes that increase the risk for cancers and other conditions. We're really beginning to tease apart the biology there. And I think there's a convergence of the biology upstream from the outcomes that kind of splay out in many directions, often people have more than one condition because of this upstream effect. With obesity per se, I think it's great that we have a new class of medicines that will help people with medically relevant obesity. And I think the challenge here is that we've got to, on the one hand, make it clear that obesity is a medical condition and it needs to be treated as a health threat. And the medicines that are available to properly treat it need to be reimbursed in the same way that other valuable medicines are reimbursed. On the other hand, we can't let this pendulum go to the point where everyone who feels like they're 5 or 10 pounds overweight and they don't fit into their skinny jeans anymore, that they jump on one of these medicines. That would really be tragic. And yet I know there are many people who are reaching for the new medicines with that in mind. We have no idea what the downstream effects of that will be, but I fear that we'll be seeing in many cases harmful effects that are the unintended consequences of inappropriate use. So much to learn there, but I kind of hope these are the 1.0 version of the medicines, and we'll have even better and safer medicines coming forward in the future.
Well, the last time we spoke about this, and you talked about that these medicines are also showing a decreased risk of heart disease, but I looked up the numbers on it because I just was trying to figure out why they won't classify obesity as an illness. Because to me, are you going to pay for it now or are you going to pay for it later when that person is diagnosed with cancer or heart disease or diabetes? So the reluctance for CMS to cover GLP and now GLP and GIP as a class of medications for obesity and cover that is probably because of the overwhelming volume that it would represent. 2024 data is to reveal that 50% of Americans are obese. That's about 175 million people. And it was said in that article that it could put CMS into bankruptcy. But again, it's kind of like, are you going to pay for it now so that they don't present with these other diseases, which you will pay for down the line? To me, that's a conundrum.
I think it's a conundrum, and I also think that, the moral covenant of drug utilization is that volume replaces price. And so we do need to see competition in that space, and we need to see rationalization of the prices that are being charged as these drugs become more prevalent in their use. But I do think, particularly when people have other risk factors for the complications of obesity, that we're going to need to find ways to treat them. It's always a challenge, though, because just like vaccination, things that actually prevent harm in the future are typically the last things to get reimbursed. We just don't buy into the philosophy that, you know, a penny saved is or a penny spent is a dollar saved down the road. And our system of calculating the congressional budget doesn't help, because it really only counts savings that occur in the same fiscal year, not savings that accrue at some later point in time. So when you're trying to balance the budget, our system makes this a really challenging calculus, even for people who are well-intentioned and trying to do the right thing.
To me, another conundrum, if you will, because I like your word, in the healthcare system is the fact that healthcare today is so incredibly fragmented. A person can have 4, 5, 6 doctors, and they're not necessarily talking to each other about your medical treatment. Now, I remember the day, because my dad was a doctor. He was a cancer surgeon, but he started out as a family practitioner, and he would take care of whatever ailed you, and probably your whole family, so he would know your medical history. And while we can't go back to the good old days, how do we encourage providers, in your opinion, to take that more holistic look, that patient-centric look in such a fragmented healthcare system?
It is really challenging. And, you know, I think the concept of a medical home is a great concept. And yet, even those of us who have outstanding insurance support really have trouble finding a medical home and making sure that that medical home really is inclusive of all of the information that's relevant to your health. Ideally, better information integration would support that. But I think we're a long way from realizing the validity. And what happens, I think, and I believe I've had this experience myself, maybe you have too, that you don't really get to tell your story, the narrative of your health and how it fits into your life and the things that really concern you the most, independent of what your lab tests show or what someone might find on a physical exam. So we really don't have a whole person care system at this point in time. You can get the very best specialist if you have a specific problem, but you don't always get the best care.
A lot of women that I hear from, like, day in and day out on Facebook, a lot of them just have a gynecologist. A lot of them don't have a primary care physician. And a gynecologist isn't, you know, doing a CBC on you. They're not doing what a primary care physician. So do you think maybe we need to do a better job at educating the public as to the importance of having a primary, because that's really the one person who's going to look at you holistically?
Well, one would hope that would be the case. And in defense of gynecologists, I do know some that function very well as primary care clinicians because they recognize the gap. But it's really not what their training is, nor is it what they're necessarily expected to be doing in the constraints of the health organization that they're working in. So it's a challenge. And by the way, we are suffering from an increasing shortage of obstetricians and gynecologists across our country. So that's a whole other dimension of access to health that is looming large, particularly in rural counties. But I do feel that we don't have a common understanding of what are the essential primary care services that everyone should be able to access. And I, you know, personally believe that those essential primary care services should not incur significant out-of-pocket expenses. But, you know, I probably have a pretty broad belief in what constitutes equitable access to healthcare in America. And I think we're so far from that right now that I have little expectation that we're going to solve this anytime soon. I'd like to think that public education and data support systems and tools that we can put on our cell phone and all of these things, they will help some people, but the reach into populations who most need them is really hard to promote.
You know, this conference here heard this morning a wonderful panel on AI. And since you're in the medical research end of the healthcare system, give me your thoughts on how AI is going to impact medical research and maybe even impact patient care as well.
Well, right now AI is a thing. It's like plastics. Everybody's looking to AI to solve all of our problems. I think the way I try to think about it is what are the problems that we need to solve, and how can these information tools help do that better? For example, as we are able to build broad data sets of health information and make them interoperable and queryable, we may be able to develop algorithms that can look at a person's profile in recent history and predict, you know what, 5 years from now, you're at high risk for a stroke, or you're at high risk for cancer. Let's intervene now. And you can, nudge earlier intervention, earlier diagnosis. So I think that's a kind of a low-hanging fruit in the sense of what can be done with AI. But beyond that, I think the sky's the limit. We just have to be patient as we experiment and make sure that we account for the other side of the coin, which is privacy, misinformation, disinformation that can emanate from tools that are poorly understood or poorly utilized. So I'm excited about it. I think we will benefit, but I'm also cautious about how we go up that steep learning curve.
As we're all here talking about all the research that's going on and the wonderful, treatments and cures that can come out of this, I think we'd be lying if we didn't say, kind of looming in the back of all of our heads after going through COVID, is that concern that we now have, that we might not have had in the past, but that concern that we now have of a possible, bio-crisis or bioterrorism threat. I remember asking you when I interviewed you at the CDC if we should anticipate another bio-crisis or bioterrorism threat. And you said, quote, "We would be naive to think that it won't happen." In your opinion, after your time at the helm of the CDC and at Merck and at FNIH, are we adequately prepared for that as a nation?
Of course not. We know that from the experience that we've just had for the past few years. We have made some progress since we dealt with, I think, SARS in 2003. And in some places, our science has certainly advanced, so the prospects for countermeasures are more feasible than they were then. But in terms of having robust national biosecurity plans that are evolving, exercised, and continuously improving, we are a long way from being there. And of course, everyone wants to put COVID in the rearview mirror. So our ability to really sustain the investments that we've already made and build on what we've learned, I feel kind of pessimistic about it. I have to be honest with you. I'm doing everything I can in my sphere of influence to try to keep those who need to be making those decisions and implementing those policies and passing those budgets to stay on top of this. But I see that it's a very, very hard and big rock to push up the hill.
And does that looming distrust that doesn't seem to be going away in healthcare and science, is that part of what gets in the way of getting people there in Washington to be making the right decisions to make sure we are better prepared?
I don't think that distrust helps, of course, but this cycle of crisis to complacency has been going on for a long time. And when we have a crisis, we do the right thing. We can perform miracles for a short sprint, but as soon as the crisis subsides, we kind of relax back into, whew, we made it through that. Now let's move on. And we forget that the world we're living in is primed for the emergence of new and threatening infectious diseases. You thank the world that the virus that we just contended with had a mortality rate that proved to be less than 1%, because I experienced SARS-1, which had a mortality rate of 10%. just think if we had a COVID with a 10% mortality rate, what kind of world we would be living in today. So could that happen? Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, I want to end today by asking you to tell us about FNIH's newest award that will be given this next year, that's going to be given to a journalist. Tell us about that.
Well, this just make news here now, Joan. So I will preview that we will be giving a new award, a Trust in Science Journalism Award, to a journalist who is an exemplar of trustworthy reporting about important scientific or health issues. We're working on developing the nomination package now, so keep in mind that this will be an opportunity for some credible and ethical journalists to have an opportunity to be recognized for the kind of reporting that we would want all journalists to aspire to, journalists like you, John. So, and thank you for your willingness to help us think through the who, what, when, where, and how we do this. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that, Julie, and thank you, Dr. Gerberding, for taking your time out of that day that I know is you have a lot going on there in Washington. And thank you for your service throughout your entire life to protecting public health. Thanks, Julie.
You're very welcome. It's an honor to participate. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, that concludes this part of today's program, and I will turn it back over to, what, Brian or Jim?
Thank you, Joan. We're going to take a break and we'll reconvene. Our next panel will start at 1:15, and it's the gut biome in oncology, a catalyst for research and innovation.
Hello, thank you for joining us. Today we're going to be talking about the clinical trials Hoag is offering cancer patients and how those trials are advancing medicine for people in Orange County and beyond. We are joined by Dr. Carlos Becerra, the Medical Director of Cancer Research for the Hoag Family Cancer Institute. Dr. Becerra, thank you so much for taking the time to be here.
Happy to be here.
So let's get right into it with this. We want to hear about Hoag's clinical trial program. How many cancer trials does Hoag have? And we want to know what types of cancers are involved as well.
So the types of cancers are all the gamut of cancers that patients experience, not just gastrointestinal cancers, but lung cancer, breast cancer, etc. And the number of clinical trials that we have available for our patients is expanding. We have a growing list of clinical trials available with very unique mechanisms of action that will only be found at Hoag, actually.
Can you tell me what the difference is between a phase 1 and a phase 2 clinical trial?
Sure. The phase 1 clinical trial is looking at the appropriate dose to be given to patients. It also includes response of the cancer to the treatment we're giving. But the primary idea here is to get the right dose. For phase 2 clinical trials, we already have the right dose, and we are starting to look at how effective is this drug or combination of drugs for this type of cancer.
So would you say it's unusual for a community hospital such as Hoag to have the depth and breadth of clinical trials that you and your team have?
For Orange County, Hoag is a leading institution in clinical trials right now. It has the depth and breadth of clinical trials available for patients with cancer.
So we'd love to hear a little bit about what you're most excited about. Can you give us an example of some of the trials that are coming to your patients here in Orange County that you're really looking forward to?
Yeah, we've found out that harnessing or enticing the immune system to attack the cancer is probably the most efficient and best way to get rid of the cancer. And we're working really hard with new approaches to trying to enhance the effect of the immune system in cancers for patients.
How would you say the work that you and your team are doing at Hoag is advancing and changing care in Orange County for cancer, and not just here, but beyond?
Well, the work, as I said, the work that we're doing here at Hoag will move on and be probably at one point will be standard of care for our patients. And just a couple things regarding clinical trials. So one important aspect of clinical trials is the fact that these patients that are enrolled in clinical trials live longer. And perhaps because they're taken care of more closely. And the other is that we are also helping our community at large within Orange County help them have access to this type of clinical trials that are unique.
Yeah, that's just so great to hear. Really inspires a lot of hope. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us.
My pleasure.
And thank you for joining us. We'll see you soon.
Hello, today we're talking about precision medicine and how it's changing the way cancer is treated. I'm joined by Dr. Michael J. Demur. He is the Otis Healy Family Endowed Chair in Applied Genomics and Medical Director of Precision Medicine at the Hoag Family Cancer Institute. He is also an internationally recognized expert in cancer surgery and research. Dr. Demur, thanks so much for joining me.
It's my pleasure.
You know, let's begin by talking a little bit about precision medicine as it relates to cancer therapies.
So precision medicine has evolved out of the Human Genome Project and using the technologies that have allowed us now to do DNA sequencing in patients' tumors. The Human Genome Project took many years, but now the technology allows us to rapidly, within a couple weeks, sequence a patient's tumor DNA, and also, instead of huge cost, allows us to do it for a few $1,000s. So the technology is now applicable to individual patients. So we can test the patient's tumor and find out what is the gene that is making that cancer grow. And very often we'll have a drug that can target that. And if we do, the outcomes are better. We have better drugs that are also less toxic, so you don't have the side effects that people associate with typical chemotherapy.
Well, how has Hoag already been using this approach to treat difficult to treat cancers?
Well, Hoag is an early adopter in precision medicine. That's the reason it brought me here to set up this program, and a lot of the technology is new. So we work with the patient's oncologists to help get the tumor DNA sequencing done and then interpret the results and identify the best. So we really work in a support role to help the patient's oncologists, for the patients at Hoag. We want to make sure they have access to this newest technology.
Right. You know, and I know based on what you're saying, Hoag is extremely progressive in the field of precision medicine. And there is a study currently happening for patients to detect different forms of cancer. What can you tell me about the goal of that study?
Well, I mentioned sequencing patients' tumors. We know that tumors shed DNA into the bloodstream. So some of the newer technologies allow us to do DNA sequencing on very small amounts of tumor DNA that is circulating in the blood. So initially it was done to look at early detection of recurrent tumors, somebody we know has cancer, and then to pick it up early coming back, or to look at the tumor DNA to look for what we call resistance mutations. In other words, the drug they're on is no longer working. Now people are moving it more and more early and saying, well, what if a healthy patient has a cancer? Can we pick up very small amounts of circulating tumor DNA in the patient's bloodstream and somebody who we think is healthy? So a study is being done at Hoag now to look at patients that are over 50 that come in and get a couple tubes of blood drawn, and we look for tumor DNA. And this blood test, we're working with a company called Grail that allow us to pick up 50 different kinds of cancers. So this is a study. We're trying to see, will this be helpful? Can we find cancers early? And if we do, can we get a better outcome for those patients?
Yeah, and so the effect for the patients who take part in this, say something is detected, what can that mean for them and their future?
Well, the goal is early detection. We know if we pick up cancers early, we have better outcomes with the treatment and longer survival.
Well, thank you so much for joining me. I mean, everything that you've shared is great to hear, especially for patients who are concerned about this. And if they want to be a part of the study, they just reach out to Hoag, right?
Just call the Cancer Center at Hoag.
Wonderful. Dr. Michael Demur, thank you so much for your time. Thanks for being here. And thank you for watching. We'll see you next time.
Hi there, thanks for joining us today. We are talking about treating prostate cancer, and we are joined by Dr. Jeffrey Bassett. Dr. Bassett, thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, we've been talking about treatment options. We've been talking about active surveillance. Any alternatives to active surveillance that you would recommend for early stage prostate cancer?
Sure. I think one of the things that we could talk about is one of the newer, quote unquote, options for that have come into the armamentarium of prostate cancer treatment. That would be focal therapies.
Okay.
And focal therapy is a way that, particularly in men who have lower risk prostate cancer, where you know where the cancer is within the prostate, you have the opportunity to actually treat that area and not treat the entirety of the prostate. And the advantage of doing that is there's far less risk that you might impact a man's erections or impact their urinary control. In terms of what Hoag offers, we have high intensity focused ultrasound, which is one of the focal therapy modalities. And again, this is very appropriate for men where we know where the cancer is. We know it's a less of aggressive type of prostate cancer, but these men are less comfortable with pure active surveillance and at least want to know that the cancer that they know they have, where they know they have it, has been treated.
So it sounds like an effective treatment and low side effects.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that information, Doctor. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And we thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time.
coming. I see her, Cindy. I see her.
Our program will begin in 5 minutes.
Stay close. Stay close. I'll see you. Eyes on you. I leave my stuff places and then I got 3 minutes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to take your seats. Our third panel is entitled The Gut Microbiome, a Catalyst for Research and Innovation. And one of the centers leading this research is Hoag, through its Hoag Family Cancer Institute. The Hoag Family Cancer Institute can boast direct access to advanced therapies based on the newest cancer science, including those in the earliest phases of clinical testing before they become widely available, and potential exciting deliveries from the gut microbiome certainly fall within that category. At Hoag, multi-specialty teams of experts, sought after oncology physicians, work together to develop personalized treatment plans tailored to a patient's unique genetics. Hoag's robust research and clinical trial programs are efficient and effective, and their coordinated care and patient support programs are integrated. It is with great pleasure that I welcome Dr. Simon Hage, Director of Neuro-Oncology at Hoag Family Cancer Institute and a triple board-certified medical oncologist and neuro-oncologist. Dr. Hage's areas of expertise include treating primary brain and spine cancers, as well as thoracic cancers and melanoma. Having received multiple honors throughout his career and being inducted as a fellow of the American College of Physicians, Dr. Hage has also received the Healthcare Hero Award from the Head for the Cure Foundation and the Exemplary Service Award from the UNC Division of Medical Oncology, along with multiple research grants. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Hage.
All right. Thank you so much for this opportunity to introduce Hoag. I am relatively new to this system, but so far it has been an amazing experience. So I prepare some brief remarks about some of my experiences. But on behalf of the Hoag Family Cancer Institute, I want to thank the organizing committee for this year's Nixon National Cancer Conference. It is an honor to be among such dedicated cancer specialists and researchers, all of us striving for the betterment of humanity, a testament to the broader spirit of collaboration and scientific advancement that forms the basis for this year's conference. I would like to also mention that no one institution or organization has a monopoly on cancer care and scientific advances. We are not meant to be siloed off, a theme that has been discussed here multiple times. We are all very much part of the fabric that binds our collective desire to end cancer. At Hoag, we're doing our part by bringing together cross-functional, multidisciplinary teams of cancer experts running innovative early-phase clinical trials, contributing to our understanding of the mechanisms of cancer, raising awareness of the burden of cancer in our community, and building partnerships that help bridge together expertise across industry as well as academia. Our approach is streamlined by a robust infrastructure that allows us to implement clinical trials in half the time of larger centers, at least per my experience. And our benefactors, many of whom live in Newport Beach, Corona Del Mar, continue to give generously to support our mission-critical endeavors. Recruitment at Hoag has been very robust, with many academically minded clinicians joining the organization, like Dr. Raskin, and even those with R01 funding, like Dr. Eulander. As for myself, like I said, I joined in August of 2023. I trained or held faculty academic positions at 3 major NCI-designated cancer centers, Dartmouth, Duke, and the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill, all of which have been formative in my personal development as a clinician and a researcher. I owe so much to my mentors in academic centers, at these academic centers. But the Hoag model, and what attracted me to it, is its difference, and it allows for exploration and funding opportunities abound for high risk, high reward, scientifically boundary-pushing endeavors. This is unique to the field and something that I very much appreciate. The Cancer Institute continues to grow, and I truly feel that the future here is quite bright. Again, thank you for allowing me to speak, and thank you all for attending this incredibly important event.
Thank you very much, Doctor. The moderator of the next panel is Dr. Marcel Vandenbrink, President of City of Hope Cancer Center and National Medical Center, Chief Physician Executive, and the Deanna and Steve Campbell Chief Physician Executive Distinguished Chair, who is a globally recognized leader in the basic and translational science of bone marrow transplantation. Dr. Vandenbrink has pursued innovative ways to improve and optimize bone marrow transplantation, developing strategies to make the process less toxic and to lower the rate of recurrence. Dr. Vandenbrink is a member of the Royal Netherlands Academy of Arts and Sciences. Before he joined City of Hope, he served in leadership positions at Memorial Sloan Kettering for 24 years. Please welcome Dr. Vandenbrink, who will introduce our panel.
Thank you very much. So it's a big honor, first and most of all, to be part of this conference with so many fantastic speakers. What I would like to do is, since this is a post-launch meeting that we have here, do mention the word poop one time, so then we got it all over. You can snicker, etc. But yes, that's what we're going to discuss. Because that is where most of the microbiome is. And just to set the stage a little bit, right? Why even be interested in this, and how to bring it also out of the health food store and the public media type of stories. Think for one moment about where the microbiome is and how many of these microbes you actually have. Those numbers are pretty much equal to the number of cells that you have in your body. And I think the whole premise probably for the way that we think about this is that you might want to rethink who you actually are and think about yourself as a super organism that is basically a symbiosis between all of these microbes and your own cells. And if you accept that premise, and if you think like Darwin, you almost have to, because why would we have developed like that if there wasn't some benefit to that? Then maybe you can start to understand that all of these microbes, in many different ways, by direct cell-to-cell contact, by products that they make, metabolites, etc., can have impact all over your body, both in health and in a disease. So that's really where we're coming from. Those are the kind of topics that we would like to discuss. And I want to take the Pistors format that I saw this morning and start off with a little round of intros for each of us, right? You can talk a little bit about who you are and specifically talk about how your work is actually connected to a microbiome. If you really want to, you can add a fun fact, I think he called that, so you can think now about what you want to mention. So I'll start with myself. So the whole reason why I got interested is, as you heard, I'm a bone marrow transplanter. And it was already known since the 1970s from mouse models and also from human studies that changes in the gut flora could have impact on outcomes. And it actually led for a couple of decades to people thinking that all these transplants need to be done in a completely sterile fashion. And then basically for a couple of years, nobody could really figure out anymore what should we do, how far should we go with that. And then this new science came up of sequencing of the microbiome so that we could know in much more detail what it actually looks like. So that is really how in 2009 I got into this field. And since that time, we have done many studies, mostly in a transplant, but also specifically in checkpoint blockade, CAR cell therapy. And the general premise for us was that changes in the microbiome can change the efficacy and the toxicity of all these different therapies. And we can get later into why that is. As a fun fact, as you can tell by now from my Dutch accent, I grew up in the ultimate Holland with all of the windmills below the water level. I had a pair of wooden shoes also. And my first job when I was 14 years old was peeling tulip bulbs, a job that could only be found in the few towns where I grew up. So I want to hand it over to Dr. Raskin.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Raskin, and as he alluded to, we can say poop. I'm a poop surgeon. So I'm a colorectal surgeon. I'm double board certified in surgery, but I'm also a fellow in integrative medicine. So I study right now at the University of Arizona under the Andrew Weil Center of Integrative Medicine. And I have found that that level of education is taking me to places that I just never knew I needed as a surgeon. So as many of you know, surgeons are like the mechanics of medicine, right? They go in and they cut something out. I had found over my career that we would do surgery, we would take out cancer, diverticulitis, Crohn's disease, and patients still weren't well. And I had to wonder to myself, what am I not providing for them? And I realized so much because I was trained more as a mechanic, but not as a healer. And so in the field of integrative medicine, we learn about these tools, how to heal. And a big thing and theme that we've been talking about here has been food as medicine. And that is one of the ways that we heal, but there's so many other ways. And I'm fortunate to be in an educational program learning that and then providing that for my patients. So I do consider myself an integrative surgeon. Fun fact, I am a rugby player, and I played rugby on a men's rugby team back in the 90s and became a voracious rugby fan. And I think that of anything that prepared me enough for surgical residency and surgical training, it was my career in rugby.
I'm not sure if any of us can actually top that, but
Go ahead and try.
let me hand over to Dr. Lee.
Yes, well, it's a pleasure to be on this panel. And as you know from last night, I'm Dr. William Lee. I'm a vascular biologist, an internist by training. I run the Angiogenesis Foundation, and my passion has really been on developmental therapeutics in whatever that context meant, from looking at disease and health common denominators. Disease common denominators, we can actually develop anti-angiogenic drugs for cancer, for example. But I started to realize that the common denominator approach, looking at the health component, brought me inevitably to thinking about the gut. And I think, as we'll talk about on this panel, there was always a very personal relationship we all have with our gut, myself included, where your belly didn't feel so well, but you thought you would just get over it. And now the science is telling us that we can actually interpret that. We're starting to be able to interpret that in more meaningful ways in health. And when it comes to cancer, suddenly the field has sharpened itself to give us an awareness that the gut microbiome plays indeed a role in not only whether we might develop cancer, but whether we might respond to the treatments, or whether the cancer might come back. And so this suddenly becomes a field where life and death becomes the stakes at hand. Fun fact, I grew up playing the piano. I performed with the Pittsburgh Symphony Orchestra, and really enjoy music.
Wonderful. That was actually very, very good. That does match what we heard about rugby. Dr. Jain.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sunny Jain, CEO and founder of Flore and Flore Clinical. We're a precision nutrition and molecular diagnostics company. My background is in molecular genomics, genetics, molecular medicine, and microbiology, and started a career working for reference labs like LabCorp, Quest, more recently Illumina before starting Flore, and had the good fortune of sequencing the first clinical whole genome, and thought that by sequencing the first clinical whole genome, we might be able to unmask all the myriad of disease and conditions that we have through genomics. And ultimately, we've now found 10, 15 years later that perhaps that place is more for rare disease and conditions. And that's led me to focus in on the microbiome, as well as a personal component of it. And maybe to tie in my fun fact with the personal component of why we started Flore, I started it because my son was having GI issues and wanted to find a solution for him, and tested different types of methodologies, just happenstance due to my background, and got a lab space and put my credit card down, and started spending some money on figuring out what was going on in his gut, tried 16S, tried metagenomics. And once we analyzed his gut through metagenomics, I consider it the most important data set I've ever looked at in my life. It showed all these inflammatory microbes that were inside of his intestinal tract. And to date, I haven't seen that level or prevalence of these inflammatory microbes in other children. And we took action. And we worked on modulating his gut microbiome and brought those inflammatory microbes down over time. And happy to report he's a healthy, happy 7-year-old boy now. But my fun anecdote is that now my children, I both have a 7-year-old and a 2.5-year-old. They are the most microbiome metagenomic mapped children on the planet. One of them's got 20 longitudinal microbiome maps. The younger one, only 2.5, has 16 longitudinal microbiome maps. And I've really incorporated it as a standard of care for them.
Thank you very much. So what I thought we should do is maybe first start with some questions within each of your areas. So if I can start with Dr. Raskin. As a surgeon, you of course do a lot of things that have impact on microbiome, from pre and post care, post-op care, the use of antibiotics, and so on and so on. So can you talk a little bit about, first of all, what is happening in the context of a surgery, and second, what are you doing with that? How are you dealing with all these changes?
Sure. So when we talk about surgery for colon cancer, digestive disease, we have to recognize that much like the diagnosis, the term surgery can evoke a really emotional response. Patients immediately have a sense of apprehension, have a sense of fear, and coming into a surgeon's office is a very frightening experience for many patients. It mirrors what it feels like to give the diagnosis and receive the diagnosis of a serious illness like cancer. And so the way I approach the microbiome with patients is the moment that I meet them. It's called a liminal episode. When you walk through the threshold of their exam room to introduce yourself, you're making a connection. And that connection is saying that I'm here to help navigate and to pair with you in your journey in cancer care or diverticular disease or inflammatory bowel disease. And we start to peel the onion as to who is this person, what matters to them, and inevitably we get to potentially some of the root causes of these diseases. In fact, a question I commonly ask my patients is, why do you think this happened? Why do you think you have this diagnosis? And it is shocking to find that many people have a sense of guilt, that cancer came to them because of something that they did or something about who they are. And so you're realizing that the diagnosis and the treatment is so wrapped up in the mental health and the well-being of your patient that you have to attend to that. The stress of receiving that diagnosis can alter your microbiome, right? We know that. We know that the stress that we live with can have so many effects on our global health. And so when I meet that patient, my goal is to figure out what is their MIT. MIT stands for most important thing. How do I want to anchor their care? You tell me your most important thing is your family and being there, then that's what we're anchoring your care around. We are looking at the things that you can do and empower yourself to be the best caretaker for yourself, for your family. And then we add in all the elements that come externally. Medicine has always been about what can something else do for me? But my goal is to activate that sense within us of I can heal myself first, and then I can receive care externally to have the most profound effect. And so we talk about nutrition, we talk about sleep, exercise, we talk about stressors in life. The list goes on, but it's very individualized and very personalized from my perspective. And then we get to the surgery part. And the surgery part, as Dr. Vanderbrink has just alluded to, can affect our microbiome because we are doing those things. We are creating intentionally a stressful situation because we're doing surgery. It's traumatic. We're giving antibiotics. We're doing bowel preps. We're asking patients to eat in a different way because maybe they're obstructed or they're perforated or they have some inflammation that can't get calmed down. And then afterwards, we're saying, okay, heal up and get back to normal. Well, the truth is we never do get back to normal. We get back to a new normal, and that new normal is carrying the weight of the trauma that we experienced. And what we need to know is that that is something longitudinal. We need to help these patients heal not only from the condition that they were diagnosed with, but heal in the most global way. And so my approach to surgery and to cancer care is with that integrative lens.
Thank you very much. That actually touches on a lot of subjects that we will get back to also. I'm going to skip Dr. Lee for one moment and go to Dr. Jane first, just to get a little bit of a sequence here, because I want to talk next about testing. So there are 23andMe-like popular tests out there. There are commercial tests. Some of the tests have been brought into the clinic. What's your current thinking about that? What kind of testing should we do, can we do, is out there that we can work with? What are the implications? So give us your view about that.
Yeah, I think maybe just adding on to what Dr. Raskin has focused in on, that integrative approach. I think one of those approaches is to actually test, then treat, and actually get to some of these root cause types of planning and root cause types of understanding. And some of the speakers today have already talked about how we need to take a step back, maybe even from thinking of, okay, you have a gene and you have a gene fusion, and now we need to do the treatment. Is there more systems biology type approach? Do we need to look at multi-factors of testing? Is microbiome a part of that? Whether you have a good microbiome releasing positive things, what they call postbiotics or metabolites, or if you have a poor microbiome that's in a dysbiosis releasing negative factors like toxins. We think that type of testing that's giving you that greater insight, it's really helpful. And so integrating maybe genomics testing along with microbiome testing, and then also doing your standard of care testing so that you can get a more complete picture and then draw a plan, allows for a lot more intricate decision making and better treatment outcomes.
Thank you. So now, of course, going to therapies, right? Everybody would love to see that this field already leads to some kind of therapy, a diet therapy, fecal transplants, pills with some kind of bacteria in it. So what do you think at the moment, Dr. Lee? Where are we? What kind of therapies should we be thinking of?
Well, before we talk about the therapies, let me lay out some data that has come out, because the microbiome is often thought of as a popular wellness, influencer topic, and we all know it's kind of important, but again, I sort of want to focus it on, as a scientist, a clinical scientist, I like to look at the data. So we know that the tumor microenvironment is really important. We know that cancers, tumors, are composed of different cell types, both healthy and not so healthy, and frankly, malignant cells. But we didn't actually expect, I didn't expect as a cancer researcher, that there would be a completely different cell type that would be not near the tumor necessarily, but far away in our gut, that could actually affect cancer no matter where it lives, whether it's in the brain or the lung or the breast or the prostate. And that's really the gut microbiome. And I was initially kind of skeptical about the gut microbiome, but then started to see papers published in journals like Science and Nature and The Lancet. These are, the hard-hitting, credible, peer-reviewed studies. And I began seeing, starting in about 2017, 18, I was in Paris. I had convened a conference that was called, it was a cancer conference where you couldn't talk about chemotherapy or targeted therapy. You had to talk about everything else. That was what the researchers were invited to talk about. And one of my colleagues, Dr. Laurence Zitvokel, who has now become a leader in immuno-oncology and the microbiome, presented a study that had been embargoed, about 200 patients who had received an immunotherapy. And she looked at the differences between those responded to the treatment and those that didn't respond, and did a very comprehensive analysis, and found that the biggest difference, the most significant difference, was found in the microbiome. That responders had certain organisms, one particular organism called Akkermansia that was Mucinophila that was present, and other non-responders had it absent. And this was really kind of a discovery, but she was able to then take the Akkermansia from the responding patients and bring it to the lab and put that bacteria in mice who were not responding to immunotherapy. And when she did the transplant in the mouse, got them to respond to immunotherapy. And then when she gave them an antibiotic and wiped out that bacteria, they no longer responded to the treatment. So this was sort of clinic observation to the lab, and then back to the clinic. And that, to me, was sort of a gate opening to looking at data. Okay, so that's one organism. And we don't know if it's the only organism or the right organism or for whom it's important, but it's tied to a treatment response characteristic for immunotherapy. Then you fast forward to a more recent paper that came out a few months ago looking at breast cancer and looking at mortality outcomes in women who had been treated with antibiotics after receiving a breast cancer diagnosis. And what was startling was to find that those women who had received one or more courses of antibiotics had a poorer outcome. And the only real kind of finger that pointed towards was perhaps an effect of the antibiotics on the gut microbiome. Then the studies from MD Anderson started to come out looking at the correlation between not only organisms, but dietary fiber and the intake of dietary fiber and the makeup of the gut microbiome and cancer response. And some of the emerging data was really eye-opening, that 5 to 6 grams of dietary fiber that would feed gut bacteria like Ruminococcus, for example, would lead to up to a 30% decrease in mortality in patients with melanoma taking immunotherapy. So none of these are guideline directing discoveries, but what it does mean is that this is a avenue of research that must be pursued and has to be important. So at the very beginning, Marcel, you mentioned that that we are not just humans, but we are mixed organisms. And there's a term for us. It's called holobionte. A holobionte is an organism that's not just made of one cell type, but multiple cell types. So we're not actually human. We're partly human, and we're partly bacteria. And if you think about how profound that is, and recognize that outside of oncology, we realize that the gut microbiome affect healthy, unhealthy, in ways that we don't fully understand, is connected to Parkinson's disease, is connected to Alzheimer's, is connected to diabetes, is connected to many chronic disease, cardiovascular disease as well. Suddenly, we have to, I think, surrender our bias in medicine that this is only about targeting the tumor, to really begin thinking that we need to really have a better understanding of this. Now, how does it actually come back to treatment? Number one, I have worked with Sunny and his group at Sun Genomics to be able to profile the gut bacteria of cancer patients. We don't have a full map yet, but we know it's possible to be done. Consumers can actually go out to order this. The question is, what do oncologists do with it? What does the cancer care team do with this information? We're not sure yet, but I think in the coming years, we're gonna have more clarity. One thing we can try to do is encourage patients to actually do the health care, the oncology care that doesn't happen in the infusion clinic, which is to eat more dietary fiber, eat more plant-based foods, cut down on ultra-processed foods that we know impact on the gut microbiome. I learned recently, to my surprise, that low-fat yogurt, which is yogurt that has the fat removed, changes in its consistency more like clotted milk, which is not very pleasant to eat. And although low-fat yogurt is supposed to be healthier for you, the way the food manufacturers give you the mouthfeel for full-fat yogurt is they add emulsifiers. And recent data has shown the emulsifiers in low-fat yogurt, polysorbate 80, carrageenan, et cetera, actually damage the gut microbiome, as do artificial sweeteners, as do many other additives to food. So now we're thinking about, beyond antibiotics, which are given routinely in surgery, suddenly food as medicine takes on a whole other realm of, are we actually supporting or damaging one of our body's health defense systems, which is our gut microbiome? So I think that the jury is still out of what therapy we can actually do, even what diagnostics we should be doing, but we know it's important.
So I want to get back to this topic of diet, because that's definitely on everybody's mind. But I want to follow up on some of the things that you said. So that same study, right, that you published in 2000, that was published in 2017, was actually a back-to-back-to-back science articles from many groups showing that changes in the gut microbiome could have impact on checkpoint blockade. That was widely publicized. And you might know of a study in the same journal, actually, Science, that demonstrated a couple of years later when they simply asked patients getting checkpoint blockade therapy, are you taking an over-the-counter probiotic? They found a fair number of patients who were actually doing that. And when they analyzed how these patients fared, they did worse. So then they took that to a mouse model and they mimicked that. So they had a mouse getting, again, some kind of tumor, treat with a checkpoint blockade, and gave some of these mice the same over-the-counter preps. And they saw again that these mice did worse. So one of the messages that if you get anything out of this, I think that we really need to understand the microbiome makes a real impact on outcomes of therapies, and do-it-yourself health food store over-the-counter therapies are not innocuous. They can actually be harmful. One of the things that we did is we went to a local pharmacy and we bought pretty much all of the pills that they sell there. And we analyzed them. We had, over the 14 years that we were doing this kind of work, we had made a whole wheel, a taxonomy of all of the bacteria that were linked to good outcomes or bad outcomes. We looked at all of the bacteria that were part of these pills, and most of them were in the bad zone, in the red zone. So again, I think we need to be very careful with these kind of therapies and really use a scientific rigor. And also watch with our patients who are reading all of this stuff. Tuesday, New York Times, what is a healthy microbiome, 15 questions. And if you read the answers, there's not much there, actually, because most of these things we don't know yet. But patients would like to jump on this and do something, often without telling it to their doctor. So with that, you are dying to make a comment, so I'll give you first the chance or not.
I'm always looking to make a comment.
Yeah, no,
but,
please, I'll pause.
The funny thing to me is that you go back about 100 plus years or more. When we first understood what germ theory was, where germs created disease, first of all, people had a hard time even believing that, right? That it was actually a germ. They thought it was the air, what they called miasma, like bad air. We fast forward now and say we didn't believe that germs were causing disease, then we did believe, and then we started to hate these bacteria, and then we started to use all of these sanitizers and to hyper-sterilize our environment, only to realize that we're harming ourselves by doing some of that. Exposure to good bacteria is really important, and bacteria is naturally found everywhere. And so for me, when we talk about probiotics, I oftentimes tell the patients, you need to eat real food because bacteria exists there. Now, if you do have a disease that goes beyond and you're eating real food and you still are ill, then this next level of science is really important. And that's why I think, it's wonderful that Sunny has developed this company because these are the things that may be helpful. You buy probiotics on the shelf, most of them might be inactivated or they're dead, and you have no guarantee that it's going to actually help you. So another little fun fact I want to throw in there is my grandfather studied under the protege of Louis Pasteur. So put that into context. That is a short period of time in which we are understanding bacteriology. We have so much that is going on right now. I have no doubt that we're going to find some of the keys to these critical and chronic diseases.
So I want to go to the topic of diet. I think that all of you who are practicing in oncology, one of the questions you get almost more often than anything else is specifically partners, caregivers, etc., of a patient asking you, what should the patient eat? What should I do? And of course, now with all this new knowledge in microbiome, that is sort of even at a next level. Patients really would like to know because we understand that diet is a drug really for changes in microbiome. Studies that we have done and others basically show that within 48 hours when you change your diet, you see a change in your microbiome. So I want to ask all of the panel members to give their views and maybe just say what do you say to your own family and to your friends when they ask you this question. So let's start with Dr. Jane.
Sure. Maybe the first place to even start that conversation is what we had for lunch today. I thought it was a great microbiome meal with fantastic color and fantastic fibers and protein on it. But from my lens, and we are kind of trained to think about food as nutrition for our human bodies. And you have 30 trillion human cells that compose your human body, but each of those cells houses essentially its own similar DNA across all of those cells. You have 39 trillion microbial cells that are actually living in your intestinal tract, an equal, if not greater, number of cells. But the DNA elements of those cells are actually really diverse. And so when we talk about precision nutrition and we talk about nutrition in general, I start to put my microbiology hat on and wonder if our biology is truly our microbiology. And the reason that we're eating these foods and fibers and diverse array of foods is to feed the microbes so they in turn can create the benefit for our human self. And when I think about fibers and soluble fibers, insoluble fibers, oligosaccharides, botanicals, I see arugula feeding Faecalibacterium prausnitzii. I see the lentils from our plate feeding Roseberia homines. I see the grapefruit from our lunch today feeding polyphenols and beneficial things that are going to drive the nutrient supply for the commensal organisms that in turn release those positive postbiotics. So that's our view of your lunch today and precision nutrition.
Thank you.
Well, I'm glad I got the endorsement of Sonny because I helped to design the lunch.
Oh, I figured you had something to do with it. Great job. Great job.
So, and I can tell you that, it's true, we are beginning to recognize the elements in food, foods that taste good, by the way, that actually can be helpful. But if you wanted some general principles, which is probably where we're at when it comes to the rigor. So let's not go beyond our ski tips. We do know that if you want a healthy, diverse microbiome with generally good organisms, and we don't understand fully what all that means, but generally good gut health, you're not going to feel queasy in your stomach, your overall inflammation levels, good gut bacteria, lower body inflammation, which is obviously beneficial for cancer prevention, cancer treatment, and preventing recurrence of cancer. That's a pretty generally accepted concept, but we don't have the data on how much bacteria you need. We may never actually get to the exact pinpoint number in our lifetime, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't do something about it. So when it comes to food, I would say most plant-based foods that are whole foods are going to actually have the bioactives, so-called prebiotics, and many foods have dietary fiber that's going to be healthy and helpful for you. So, whole grains, legumes are great examples. Leafy greens, the little baby bok choy that you had for lunch today, that's a decent source of both dietary fiber as well as a bioactive called isothiocyanates that have been shown to be beneficial as well. You don't need to memorize any of the things that I'm telling you other than to know that, the greens and the colorful plates, that, the things that we're told are good for us. We're beginning to drill down to know that in addition, benefiting the gut microbiome is actually really healthy. I could, go on, I wrote 2 books. They contain over 300 foods, and they all contain ingredients and food ingredients that are actually good for lowering immune inflammation and gut microbiome. I'll tell you things that I think that you might want to call out, like pomegranates and elagitanins, kiwis, pears are a great source of dietary fiber. It's a winterish food. People always ask me for the practical stuff. I like to cook, so I could actually take you shopping with me, and or I could go shopping with you and help you pick out things. It's not difficult. I generally tell people that the wisdom of the Mediterranean diet or the Asian diet is pretty much on track. So if you can find something healthy that you like, that you would cook yourself with whole foods along those genres, you're probably getting something that's good for your gut microbiome. As importantly, though, I think there are things that we need to be cautious about in addition to antibiotics. I think ultra-processed foods with a lot of food additives, food coloring, artificial preservatives, artificial flavorings. These are the sneaky things that most of us don't realize we're putting into our shopping cart. So I encourage everyone to pick up, whenever you go into the grocery store, pick it up, whatever you're picking up, and look at the ingredient label. All right, there's a disclosure there that food companies are required to actually have. And if there's something there you don't recognize what the function is, it's probably one of those things that are starting to be discovered that could injure your gut microbiome. If you're a regular athlete, it might compromise your performance. If you're a cancer patient, it just might compromise your ability to overcome your illness or to respond to treatment. So I think in the context of the Nixon National Cancer Conference, what I'm trying to underscore is that we cannot ignore this topic. We can't ignore what we tell patients to eat, nor can we ignore the importance of funding more research and sharing that information so that we can actually help patients appreciate that the food as medicine that they do at home, invisible to the oncologist's office, could make a difference in terms of their outcome.
Dr. Raskin.
Boy, I think he wrote the book on it, so to speak. Food is difficult, and I say that because disordered eating is very common in the United States, both in polar aspects. We have individuals who have compulsion to eat a lot, and we do that for many different reasons. As we know, the rates of obesity in the United States are close to 50%, as Joan London pointed out. But we also have the opposite side, where we have patients that cannot eat, both for medical reasons and then maybe even financial reasons. So we have to recognize that in the United States, a country of great wealth, there are many food deserts. There's poverty on the levels where individuals have only few options of what they can eat. So while we can recommend these things, they may not be available. And I have to be very careful when I'm considering that with my patients. They may not have the resources, the ability, and then specifically with the surgical patient, their intestines in their body may not be ready to receive certain nutrition. And what I mean by that is when we do surgery, patients on their gut, their intestines naturally slow down. This is a mechanism, a protective mechanism. And sometimes our patients' intestines even slow down to the point where they don't peristalse, they don't move food along. So while we want to get them back eating regular food, they can barely tolerate ice chips. They can barely tolerate sips of water. And so when I recommend what to eat, number one, it goes, what can you physically eat? Number two is, what do you like to eat? And then obviously, not the junk food avenue, although Michael Pollan, a food writer, once said, go ahead and eat junk food as long as you make it yourself. And so you kind of get thinking like, oh gosh, how would I make Cheetos or, but number one, what can you physically eat? Number two, what do you like to eat? Number three, what is food that's going to nourish you? So we have to keep all of these things in mind. And when the body is ready to start receiving nutrition, we can add in all these elements that Dr. Lee is talking about. He's absolutely right about the phytonutrients that exist in plants and the healthy omega-3s that we had in the salmon this afternoon. But we have to recognize that eating and food is a really complicated topic for all of us. And we have to take each patient individually to understand what is right for them.
Thank you. So just to add to that, so you heard a lot about fiber, and that is probably in all of the guidelines that are out there, is probably the one thing that holds up, that most people would say eating fiber at a certain dose, because too much fiber can actually be bad also, that is beneficial. And just to put a little bit of mechanism behind that, why is that? Because fiber is one of the major foods for commensal anaerobes, and those are those normal bacteria that live in your gut and are really critical for many processes. So if you look at all these studies that have shown that damage to the gut microbiome leads to whatever, in neuro, in cancer, cardiac, whatever, one of the common features is damage to the commensal anaerobes. So that's maybe why fiber can be out there as something that we can recommend to many. The other thing that I want to emphasize, there are many other things that have impact on the gut microbiome. It's not just a diet. We did a study where we took transplant patients from all over the world, Japan, Germany, US. And we thought that the starting point for all of these patients would be different based upon different diets, right? That the Germans eating pretzels, yes, that's lame, but anyway, that would be different. Turned out that we saw no differences at all. And why do we think that that was? Because these were cancer patients who had gone through already a year of all kinds of treatments and treatment with antibiotics. And at that point, we saw sort of a universal damage all over the world to all of these patients. Final point that I want to make, yes, antibiotics, of course, have major impact, but we just finished a study, which we published also, where we looked at about 60+ drugs that transplant patients take commonly for pain, for nausea, etc. And many of these other medications, actually almost all of them, had also impact. So where we might be heading for is that in our choice of a nausea medication or a pain medication, that we factor in also what kind of damage does that do to microbiome. With that, I think we should go now to the public part, right? And ask maybe for some questions from the audience.
Well, thank you for your approval of the Mediterranean diet. I loved it. And now I'm going to have to ask a question that I hate to ask because I think you're going to burst my bubble and disappoint me. I know the answer, but I have to ask it anyways. So I've been joking that I love my microbiome to the point that I like to keep it happy and slightly drunk from time to time. So the question is, what about alcohol?
Does any of the panel members want to tackle that? You want to take that one?
Yeah, we've actually looked at this in some detail. We have about 60,000 metagenomic microbiome profiles in our database, and it's one of the key questions we ask on a health and diet survey intake is, do you consume alcohol and what frequency level? Essentially, the take-home message, unfortunately, you are correct. Alcohol will cause a dysbiosis, essentially disrupting the existing and perturbating the existing microbiota. However, the good news is you can recover that quickly. And what we always recommend is making sure you have a baseline so you know where you are. So if you do go on an event where it's such an amazing gala that you have maybe one too many, that you don't end up in a dysbiosis later, and then you know where to get back to.
No, I want to add to that, which is, where are we going? At this conference, we're supposed to speculate or envision where we might head in the future. And I think that in the sense that cancer prevention, clearly, the gut microbiome is going to play some role. We haven't fully defined it yet, but I think that as we get more insight into the benefits for protecting health and wellness that our gut microbiome confers to us, we will start to embody that in preventative techniques. But for cancer patients, one of the things that, we do so many tests for cancer patients, tumor markers, blood tests, CBC, MRIs, PET scans. I think that in the future, we will be also doing microbiome sequencing at the very beginning so we can see what those changes are going to be. And if they are changed, whether it's due to the therapy or maybe an adjunctive therapy for an antibiotic that's been given for surgery or steroids that have been given for some other antecedent complication, we might want to recover those. Now, I want to just say, I took part in a fecal microbiome transplant that was done at MD Anderson Cancer Center in a cancer patient. And this patient was a complete responder to immunotherapy, checkpoint inhibitors, a few years ago, and then had a colitis and was on heavy-duty antibiotics and steroids for about 6 months. Sonny and I worked on this case, and we were able to profile we didn't have starting microbiome sequencing, but we had the impact of the antibiotics and the steroids. When he had cancer recurrence and was retreated with checkpoint inhibitor, he had no response. Perhaps not surprising given what our conversation is about today, but we were able to document that, which is important. And then what we started to do was to think about what could be a treatment. So using an FDA-authorized single-use IND we were able to find a super responder among a stool bank. So imagine this, there are actually data or specimens being collected of individual cancer patients who are super responders to immunotherapy, recognizing that their fecal matter might actually be a treasure trove that we don't fully understand, but we can transplant that. So there are clinical trials now being done. So I took part in one of the first fecal microbiome transplant from a super responder to a non-responder, and then with Sunny's help, we were able to characterize the return of the microbiome, both in diversity. You want to comment on that?
Yeah, it was a really interesting journey for this individual patient to see how you could start from a non-responder level of gut diversity and assess that compared to a group of pre-published healthy individuals, pre-published people that are already known to be non-responders, and then see where now a new patient would fit. Do they fit into the responder or non-responder category? And through the sort of direct and deliberate restructuring through an FMT, and then also precise selection of fibers, oligosaccharides that you know are going to drive the diversity index up, you can actually recover that in really quick fashion. And we found that over a couple of weeks because of the time.
Just about 12 days, and then also we could document it, which is important. So this wasn't intended to be a treatment for that we could generalize, but it was for an individual. Now, for anybody who wants to actually know what's going on with the gut microbiome, because at the end of the day, I think this is the beginning of a new field. If I were mentoring a medical student now who was interested in my recommendation for a future area to go into for research, I would deliberately tell them to go to the microbiome. It's going to make the future of medicine different than what we have right now. If you're interested, go to PubMed, the National Library of Medicine, look up microbiome and cancer, and you'll see the rise in papers that are coming out and the credible journals. If you want to find out the clinical trials that are going on, that are serious and well-designed, look up clinicaltrials.gov, our nation's repository of clinical trial listings. Look up microbiome and cancer, and you will get a flavor of just how big and how deep this field already is, and be able to follow it going forward.
You just said flavor with microbiome and fecal transplant at the same time. I don't know that I've ever heard that, but.
I will tell you there is a bacteria that has been studied clinically. I think we want to focus our efforts really, there's a lot of basic research, and I mentioned this last night, that Andy von Eschenbach and I share the passion for science, but we really want to see things happen to patients. And so we have to look at what's happening in the clinic. So if you look at microbiome studies in the clinic, what's really interesting is that there are some probiotics, so they're not universally questionable, but if you look at the clinical studies, there's a probiotic that was published just a few years ago showing that it can actually ameliorate the symptoms of Parkinson's disease, PS128. There is another one called Lactobacillus reuteri, made by BioGaia, that's been studied. It actually improves the oral microbiome, and it actually it kills a bacteria that causes cavities and gum disease, which then are associated with neurodegenerative diseases. And so I think that, what we have to do as researchers is just like drug development. Look at the targets, characterize the mechanisms, try to figure out how to design the translational studies. But whenever there's something clinical, we definitely want to pay attention to that.
Yeah, I actually just would like to follow up because you hit on a very interesting point. So the case that you actually described about this checkpoint blockade patient who then failed, there are several studies that have shown now where they did something similar. A patient is on a checkpoint blockade, fails. They do a fecal transplant with flora from a patient who did well with a checkpoint blockade and can actually reverse outcomes. We have done something similar in mouse models for CAR cell therapy and can do exactly the same. So you give a mouse, a germ-free mouse, an avatar mouse, you give him flora from a patient who did well with CAR cells versus mice that are avatar mice with flora from patients who didn't do well with CAR cell therapy, and you see the same outcomes. So there's a lot of promise there actually to try to really untangle, as you mentioned, what are the elements of that. In terms of bringing this forward, fecal transplant, of course, is being done in a number of settings now. Started actually with Chinese therapies way back hundreds of years ago for C. diff already in those days, and in the 1950s within the US. But at the moment, it is being tried for IBD and for many other diseases. We have tried to take it one step further by not just working with a healthy donor, because we don't know what that is, and really zoom in on the specific bacteria. So we have worked with a composition of actually 17 bacteria that we could demonstrate were potentially beneficial, and do that within the context of allogeneic transplant. And my personal bias is that those kind of carefully designed type of fecal transplants, if you can still call that fecal, are probably a little bit more promising than trying to bank on normal, healthy donor stool. I think there was another question there in the back, no? Yeah, no, there's a question there.
It was very interesting. A few years ago, I was reading a newspaper where they were actually asking for donors to give fecal samples. I was shocked at what I read. And they were talking about doing a microbiome study. I was just wondering if any of you were aware of that or had any comments, because nobody ever heard of what the results were from that. I didn't.
I'm not sure if any of you know about this study, because I don't know what they were collecting them for. Did they tell you that?
No, it was just an ad for collecting and to do a study on microbiome. And that was a few years ago, and I think it was in Irvine.
So there's been a few companies out there that have worked on creating stool repositories, basically, and characterizing that stool for the future use of FMT. And I think University of Minnesota has a biorepository, and there are a few other companies that have enabled that movement for clinicians and clinical researchers to be able to access that stool for future use in clinical trials. So that's probably what that was intended to do. And our perspective is, yes, that's a great starting point, but perhaps, as Dr. Vandenbrink is saying, is figure out the precise combination of microbes and apply a more precision approach than the kind of shotgun reboot of the GI system.
You know, when I first took part in fecal transplantation for patients in the intensive care unit, this may sound kind of gross, but we asked the chief resident to go get a blender from the Goodwill. And then we found a family member of the patient who was healthy. And you can guess what we did with the material. And then we had to put it down a nasogastric tube into the stomach. But we also then migrated to using a colonoscope to go up to the top of the colon and then spray the colon with the content of their loved one that was donating. And so now what we're talking about is having more precision capacity to recognize what are those key elements that we're looking for. And maybe a donor, just like a kidney transplant donor, could be matched to another person to help, you know, cure disease. So we've come so far, even within my short career, from, you know, the Goodwill blender to now having companies that make products that are very specific.
So I think everybody has this image of the Goodwill blender now in their head. Okay.
It's cheap, a lot cheaper than most medical technology, but.
There are actually YouTube videos about that you can find. But does anybody dare to ask a question after that comment? Yes, a brave soul.
Thank you. You know, it's interesting that one of the anecdotes for me is, although he fell into disrepute for other reasons, when Lance Armstrong was a miraculous recoverer from testicular cancer with brain mets, et cetera, we attributed it to the 3 drugs that we were giving him. But at the same time, what was interesting about him as a patient, as a person, was in training for Tour de France, et cetera, he would consume enormous amounts of food. The caloric intake was incredible. So he was really overdosing, if you will, on what might have been the nutrition or nurturing of his microbiome. So my question for you is, are we looking in the wrong place? We're looking at the microbiome in cancer patients, trying to figure out what's wrong. Chris Draft is here. What about looking in super athletes who are really following very, very prescribed and very intensive dietary regimens and checking their microbiome? And maybe we're finding they may have some of the secrets for those who are diseased.
So I'm actually a marathon runner, and there is already a study where they looked at the microbiome of marathon runners, which is different, and indeed people have been thinking about trying to get a fecal transplant from Kipchoge, if you know who that is, to get your marathon running prowess up. So there are people looking at that. Okay, good. But sorry, I think others wanted to answer.
Listen, I think this is a question of funding. We need to actually have enough funding to be able to drive research, to be able to collect and the data, as well as the material, and then to run the studies. I also think that the private sector is also an opportunity where, you know, entrepreneurs and companies that are working in this space can gather this kind of data to provide more information. The big picture, I think, is that the microbiome is here, it's real, it's important, research is going on. What we're finding is that it's significant, and a significant issue for cancer patients. And there is something that we can all do. I mean, whether you're a cancer patient or not, or don't want to get cancer, is we can actually choose, we can be mindfully what we actually eat. And it doesn't take very much research to figure out what are the foods that are good for our gut health.
So thank you very much. I think on that note, with that closing statement, we can close this session. Thanks to everybody.
Thank you to the panel. We are going to take a break, and our program will begin at 2:30 with our final panel, Navigating the Patient Journey, Insights and Impact.
When we talk about cancer, we talk about how we're going to beat it. We talk about the 100 million lives impacted every year because of City of Hope's discoveries, and our team of more than 1,600 cancer specialists, all dedicated to ending cancer and giving you hope.
I've devoted my career as a physician to one thing: ending cancer. At City of Hope, where more than 1,600 cancer specialists work towards breakthrough discoveries every day, we're beating national cancer survival rates. And though I'm proud to be part of revolutionizing care here in Orange County, what I'm most proud of is giving you hope.
That garden is essentially my story of hope and healing. I remember this was 2004. I had this bruising, a little bruise mark on the back of my shoulder. And it didn't seem to be going away. And I finally went to a dermatologist, and he biopsied it, and the phone rang. He said, "Well, I'm just going to let you know you have lymphoma." I said, "What?" He goes, "You have lymphoma."
Ted initially had a rare lymphoma, both in lymph nodes and in the skin. Over the years, it transformed into a more aggressive lymphoma.
I've been through a cycle of treatments and progressions of the illness. In 2013, my lymphoma had transformed to a more aggressive lymphoma. I could start to see the swelling coming back, and the chemo didn't work. Probably the most alarming scan I had over the years was in late 2019. And Steve said, the scan, we're seeing some progression. This is serious.
He was treated with CAR T cells, where you actually take the immunologic cells from the patient's own blood. You genetically manipulate them so they can attack the individual's cancer. And it's really a transfusion of those cells that then go to the cancer and destroy it.
After I got the infusion, I'm in my room and I look over my shoulder and I see the beret. And I'm like, Steve? Right in the thick of the CAR T thing. And I just looked at him. I said, Steve, if I get through this, I'm gonna come back here and we're gonna do something together very special. That's gonna help a lot of people.
He said to me, we are gonna cure this disease together. There were moments that both of us were tearful, everything he went through, and then truly tearful when we saw the imaging studies showing that he was in a remission. At the point of introducing CAR T, if it didn't work, he had a limited life expectancy. And I'm so proud of the fact that City of Hope is in the forefront of CAR T therapy. And as a result of him being here, we were able to administer the latest treatment available. Ted's gift will allow us to speed the development of new therapies across the entire spectrum of cancers. It'll bring all the great talent of City of Hope together around new therapeutic approaches.
Hope and healing. That's what this project's going to bring. It's very, very exciting, and having been a beneficiary of this research, and to see the next level, more and more people, they can get back their life and their immune system and really live. That's back to life.
When I was diagnosed with cancer, I thought it was a death sentence. I was diagnosed with stage 4 rectal cancer that had metastasized to my lungs, both lungs. I was in shock. I didn't know what to think, what to do. I don't know if you've ever had, or like in a movie where they say that your life flashes before you, and that's what happened. And then when I finally wrapped my head around it, I started worrying about Sandy.
In sickness and in health, those aren't just words. That's what we live by. I called because I wanted to get information about advanced genomic testing. I felt like I was getting educated about the diagnostic tools that were used, the treatment options that were available, and it was a lot of options and tools that I hadn't heard about at other facilities that I had already contacted. We met with 3 different doctors, a radiologist, a surgeon, and an oncologist. Each one of them educated us on the technique that they would use and why it was an option for Ed. And then it was up to Ed to decide which option he wanted to go with.
It was something that I couldn't fix myself. You know, I had to depend on someone else to help me with this. It made me feel a lot better that we had a plan.
The genomic testing changed the whole way we looked at his cancer. Instead of wasting time on drugs or treatments that are unnecessary or that weaken your body, the genomic testing points the team in the right direction of this is what we need to try first. And because of that, it was able to be treated specifically to his mutation, which proved very effective.
When I actually started the targeted therapy, I had 3 nodules in my left lung. And they were gone in 18 weeks. Yeah, amazing. I'm 10 months disease-free, 10 months after almost 5 years, and I can't tell you how happy I am. We're trying to get on with our retirement. It's sort of been delayed, but we're happy that we're going to have a retirement. So that's what we're doing. We're getting on with our life.
Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to take your seats for our final panel discussion of the day, which is related to the very personal experiences that comprise the journey of a cancer patient. Here to moderate this panel of very personal experiences, please welcome award-winning journalist, best-selling author, television host, and motivational speaker, Joan London. Joan has been a trusted voice in America for more than 40 years, for nearly half of which she greeted viewers every morning on Good Morning America, making her the longest-running female host ever on early morning television. A breast cancer survivor and the author of 10 books, she is the host of the PBS television series Second Opinion with Joan London and the Washington Post podcast series Caring for Tomorrow on the Future of Healthcare, and I will allow her to introduce our panelists.
All right, so we have a terrific panel here today to talk about the patient journey, the importance of, I'm sorry. Hi, I'm the one that works in television. We put together a great panel here, I think, today to look at the patient journey and the importance of being patient-centric, of looking at patients as they go through cancer treatment in a holistic way. So let me tell you a little bit about who we have with us. Chris Draft. Chris, I mean, you might know him as a football player, of course. The Chicago Bears, 49ers, Falcons, Panthers, Rams, Buffalo Bills. But he is with us today because he really went through the patient journey. He wasn't the patient, but his wife, Keisha, fought a battle of lung cancer and passed away. So he really saw what it was like, because as we've been discussing all day today, it's kind of the whole family that goes through cancer treatment and not just the patient alone. And he has really dedicated himself in like an incredible way since then to raise lung cancer awareness and to increase the badly needed research funding, and to try to dispel this myth, if you will, that lung cancer is just a smoker's disease. We also have with us Dr. Edward Nelson. Dr. Nelson is a physician scientist, tenured full professor of medicine and molecular biology and biochemistry. He says he feels fortunate to have medical training that focuses on patients with a holistic approach. Initially at Oregon Health and Science University, the Strong Memorial Hospital designated program at University of Rochester and at Stanford University. And he has been chief of the Hematology Oncology Division at the University of California, Irvine, once again. Since 2010, he has a history of research on the, we'll see if I say this right, psychoneuroimmune access, or PNI. I could have just gone with PNI, in cancer survivors, and he is himself a cancer survivor of prostate cancer. And we also have with us Dr. Lilibet Torno. She is the medical director of the Hyundai Cancer Institute at Children's Hospital of Orange County, CHOC, as well as division chief of pediatric oncology at CHOC and at University of California, Irvine. And during her time at CHOC, Dr. Torno has developed international guidelines, has chaired regional consortiums, and remains active in national professional societies in the field of oncology. And her research focus has also been on cancer survivorship and its ramifications, including the transition of care for those who are get a diagnosis as a youngster into adult treatment and survivorship. So thank you all for participating in this channel and for talking with me the other day so we kind of get to know each other a little bit. I want to start with Chris because this is about the patient journey. And And Chris really saw it from the intimate point of view of really doing everything he could to keep his wife Keisha alive and strong and battling. So when you went through that, and I know that when you first got this diagnosis, like a couple days after Christmas, you guys weren't married yet, but when you got married, you made your commitment not just to each other, but to advocacy for cancer.
Yes.
Which is really something. What's your takeaway? What did you learn going through that journey that you hope will be either different or that will help others getting this diagnosis for the patients and their families as well?
Yeah. So yeah, it is a pleasure being here at this conference, and I say my biggest takeaway is really understanding the privilege, and realizing that that's not everybody else's journey. And that privilege actually, because of my wife's connections, was even greater than just my connections within the NFL. And so I say she was diagnosed essentially December of 2010, 37 years old, no history of smoking, in amazing shape. She was challenging me to do P90X and run a 10K race with her. And out of nowhere, had a little shortness of breath. And as I tell her story, which was critical, she knew herself. She knew her body. She had a great relationship with us, so she was honest about it. And then she had a great relationship with a primary care doc. And again, it's not, I say that, but we know in this room that, do most people have a great relationship with their primary care doc where they can just call them up? They don't. So she was able to do that, went in right away, and then because of that relationship, when she said, I have a little shortness of breath, he said, let's get some antibiotics, but let's get a chest x-ray. So many people with lung cancer, that chest x-ray ends up down the line, 6, 7, a year later, rather than right away. And so comes back, there's a mass in her left lung. The primary care doc took the lead, and 2 days after Christmas, biopsy. Found out it was lung cancer. Found out the most important fact about lung cancer, anyone can get it. And then, unfortunately, after a PET scan and an MRI, stage 4 lung cancer. Right? And I say that, that those things happen, but the primary care doc basically led those. We hadn't got to an oncologist yet because the primary care led the way. And she had this amazing group of people, again, that I have to say there's privilege, this amazing group of people where I didn't have to advocate as much as really just listen. We just had to follow the directions. And one of those directions was right away, she was tested for biomarker testing too. So I guess, say, unfortunately, she was negative, and we've talked about targeted therapy and where that is, and so she ended up on standard chemo and passed a year later. But I say that when I'm sharing this story is that there were things that happened to us. If we don't just look at it, that she only passed, that she only lived for a year, but really look at the support that she had from family and friends, but specific people around her. And I say we were blessed, and that we want that same blessing. So when we made a commitment at our wedding, and it says, in fighting for other people, is to fight so that they have guides around them.
And I want to talk to you more about that advocacy. I see Ed shaking his head yes, because you're so entrenched in this need to have a holistic approach. And what that means really is what we just heard. It's knowing the patient's story, listening. I mean, really listening. He's talking about, they listen, but it's the doctors who are listening as well.
Yes, and I think we all recognize that a diagnosis of cancer comes with a huge emotional overlay. Yeah. And that affects not just our patients, but it affects their entire support network. And when someone hears a diagnosis of cancer, it's like some little munchkin crawls into their head with an egg beater and scrambles up your brain. You have intrusive thoughts, you have difficulty concentrating, and any practicing oncologist will tell you that we appreciate that we're going to have to tell people the same thing 3, 4, 5 times, because we know that they can't retain it, they can't hear it and retain it, but perhaps 20% of it. And so, to your point, having someone there with you and having the physicians appreciate exactly what is involved with the journey, right? And how it affects not just the patient, but how it affects that support network around them. And that's really critical. It's critical for being compassionate and getting a patient, the patient trust. Like you said, a good relationship with a primary care physician. In many cases, the oncologist becomes the primary care physician. Yeah. And so those interactions and that attention to what the journey is going to be like, and sort of giving our patients a bit of a preview as to the things that they might experience can be really remarkable for allowing the patients to have a smoother journey. Not that it's easy, but it's at least smoother.
And you know what we just heard from Dr. Raskin about that there's so often guilt associated when you hear that cancer diagnosis is something I did. And I mean, I know I had those feelings. And I have to imagine, Dr. Nelson, I mean, we now know that affects that stress that comes with that, affects not only your mental wellness as you're going to go throughout this cancer treatment, but it affects your gut, it affects everything, it affects your ability to think, to sleep, and all those things then also are contributing to bad health.
Yeah, we're oftentimes asked, does stress cause cancer? And to the best of our knowledge, the answer to that is no. But what we do know is that in individuals who are experiencing chronic psychological stress, that their immune system is a little out of balance. It shifts more to what we call a T helper class 2 response. And a T helper class 2 response is on the opposite end of a seesaw with the Th1 response, which is what we need to control cancer. And so several years ago, a behavioral science colleague and myself did a series of clinical trials where we looked at cervical cancer survivors, and we postulated that in this group, they would be chronically psychologically stressed, and that my behavioral science colleague created a telephone counseling intervention. And we hypothesized that if that intervention worked, they would have improved quality of life, less distress, and the immune system would come back into balance. That is, the Th2-ness of their immune system would actually reverse and not be as prominent. And we had a pilot study that gave us preliminary data that would actually was the case, pilot study of 50 patients, and then we got R01 funding for a confirmatory 200-patient trial that showed the same thing. For those patients that had improvement in their quality of life, that were experiencing less distress, their Th2 markers went down. And so it's possible that stress, it doesn't necessarily cause cancer, but it can handicap your immune system for being able to identify and destroy those early cancer cells. Now, in all honesty, we haven't done the clinical trial to close that loop, but it certainly is thought-provoking in that way.
You know, and thinking about how, you know, when a cancer diagnosis isn't just for the patient, it's for the family. I think about Dr. Torno because you work in pediatric oncology, and I can only imagine when it's a child. I mean, it has to probably affect siblings who might be jealous of all the attention that's being given to the sick child. And I know marriages fall apart. So when we talk about the whole family really getting that diagnosis, tell us from your point of view.
So I get the privilege to lead this discussion of navigating truly a child's cancer journey. And as you can imagine, if it is difficult to tell an adult that you have cancer, how much more stressful it is to tell a family who are completely in shock of the word cancer, and to translate that to a child, to an adolescent, or a young adult. And then what to do with a sibling, school, the whole family. There's grandma, grandpa. So usually our family conference is full. But I have a full team, and I have to address this, not just the diagnosis, but like Dr. Raskin has said, I start with the family. Obviously, this child is the center of this family, and what it means right now. To give it a positive note that you are in a good place, I am on your side, and we will work together to get to this cure, to your destiny. And it's a process. It's not just diagnosis, but many transitions, you know, what to do with the school. And this is something actually that I think the adult medical oncologist could learn from pediatrics, is that we do this all the time. You know, dealing with the school, making sure learning is not, you know, completely abandoned. But yes, it is challenging, but it is rewarding in the end.
I have to imagine that in this type of oncology that there's got to be psychologists and other, like you have to take in the mental wellness of everybody in that family and the stress level, because quite frankly, that stress level is going to probably be affecting mom and dad and others, as well as the patient's ability to keep their immune system strong.
That's true, and we also have to realize that it depends on the developmental stage of the child. It's different if this is a teenager or a young adult who's trying to work or is in college. There are different milestones, developmental milestones. So we really need psychosocial support to understand where they're at and how to give them the appropriate resources to at least bridge that barrier, that gap.
And there are things that you have to consider that might not be considered in other adult patients. I don't know if she's still in the room, but I just had a young woman come up to me who was diagnosed when she was 10. There she is. There you are. And you're now? Yes, yes. All right. And,
awesome.
And we were talking about the fact that, and I hear from young women in their 20s, sometimes younger, on my social media pages that tell me, before I start cancer treatment, I need to have my eggs removed. Like, I want to be able to have a family someday. And all I could think of is like how you deal with that when you're, like, they didn't have that when she was 10, she said. But now you do have the ability to, but it's something you have to consider.
Right. So that's part of the diagnosis and the conference and the treatment, but we do make it a point to address fertility. So we have programs actually for pre-pubertal girls and boys to preserve ovaries and yes, and also egg harvesting. So we collaborate. It's not perfect by any means, and of course, funding is always an issue. We have insurance barriers and everything. But we make it a point to offer and discuss this before we start treatment.
So we're going to talk a lot about survivorship, but I want to ask you, Lila, a bit, because to get to survivorship with a child who's diagnosed with cancer, you then have to get that child, whether they've cured or whether they're still fighting it, to transition from pediatric care to adult care. And I have to imagine that takes an incredible collaboration of physicians.
Exactly. So there are many transitions that happen in pediatrics. First, After 6 months of therapy, I have to transition you to your pediatrician. You gotta get your immunizations done. We have to have our well check, while I am still in a very close collaboration with the pediatrician. After that, they need to transition to adult care. And so these are many steps, developmental milestones, goal navigation that have to be achieved to get you ready to the point of transition to an adult provider, which of course is fraught with many other barriers. Can't find a PCP. PCP is too busy. I'm in this healthcare. I don't agree with this person, you know, so many barriers. I'm too busy, or I'm in school, I'm in college. But I have to get them to an adult care provider, and sometimes if there are really high risk for complications and late effects, to another comprehensive cancer center. So there are many things that I have to navigate, but in a system that is limited. But we work with the community to get it done.
So I want to talk about survivorship, because when you think about cancer, everybody thinks about what kind of treatment did you have, what was the cocktail, but then there's the day you leave treatment. And I will tell you that my oncology nurses, to me, the unsung heroes, the oncology nurses, they are there to make you feel strong when you are not feeling so strong. And they warned me that the last day of treatment, you know, when everybody thinks, oh, you're gonna bring balloons and you're gonna make a big party, that it can be kind of an emotional roller coaster, because you're stepping out of this situation where people are checking your levels every week and they're like watching over you, and then you just like, okay, it's done, and you're supposed to walk out. I went into, and I remember I was on a TV show a couple weeks before, and they had asked the audience to, what questions would they have for Joan? And one of the questions was, now that you are ending your treatment, how apprehensive are you about, you know, recurrence? And I wanted to say, well, I hadn't even thought about it until you brought it up, but now that's all I can think about. So on my last day, I walked into my oncologist, and I said to him, with all joking aside, everybody on social media is saying, you know, how are you dealing with the fear of recurrence? And in all honesty, how are we supposed to just walk out of here and assume like, okay, we're done, we got it, we're good, it's not coming back? And he said to me, as he held my hands with my tears streaming down my face, just remember the wonderful words of the great philosopher Wile E. Coyote. And I said, and what are those words? He said, well, remember he used to, that cartoon character would like go off the cliff at like 100 miles an hour? He was never in trouble until he looked down. And you just know that you were walking out of here, you took the best treatment available, and you keep your head up and you expect it to be okay. And you know, that kind of expectation, it may sound contrite, but it's, and I know, you know, I have said this on Facebook, and people say, you know, a positive attitude never cured cancer. Well, no, it didn't, but it does help you get through the treatment phase, and it certainly helps you in the survivor phase. And you're shaking your head there, Ed, I'm gonna let you take it, because you're so focused on patients in a holistic way and on survivorship, not just the treatment.
If we're being honest, the journey, the survivorship journey starts the very minute that you're diagnosed.
Yeah.
And so you're absolutely right. When you're in the midst of the treatment, you're getting a lot of attention, and then your oncologist says, you're done, come back and see me in 3 months. And you're like, what? What?
Yeah.
Right? And many of us have the bell to ring when you're done. And yes, that feels good. It sort of puts an exclamation point to the end. But it is it is something that, again, we should be telling our patients what to expect, right? That there's going, in all likelihood, there's going to be a letdown. There's going to be uncertainty. And, you know, if you have questions, you know, call us, send us a my chart, right? If we need to bring you back in, we'll bring you back in, right? Because it is hard to sort of go from 100 miles to 20 miles an hour, right? It feels that way. And going back to sort of the theme of all of this, communication is really, really important. And being proactive with our patients is the best way to get them through this journey in a smooth way.
And Chris, I know when we talked before, you said that in lung cancer in particular, it's always been about prevention, 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 and you'd like to see a transition to survivorship, which has happened in a lot of other cancers, but you feel that it hasn't really happened as it should in lung cancer.
Well, it's happening in that there are survivors, but in terms of the mindset of what the goal is that at times people say there's a stigma with lung cancer that really is just associated with the historical goal, which was really just prevention, getting people to stop smoking, air quality, occupational hazards. It was focused on that, where we still had people that were getting diagnosed early and getting surgery, and we didn't celebrate that. And so, I think the big thing for lung cancer has been recognizing that prevention is good, and that's good across the board. But people are going to still be diagnosed with lung cancer, right? And especially people who have a smoking history. What's critical is acknowledging. In 1998, the cigarette industry got indicted for over $200 billion, right? And so it proved that people were victims of the industry. So don't blame our people. Like, we need to meet people diagnosed with lung cancer, and really it's the same way that the guilt that comes in with everyone else is meet them where they are, so that they can now just deal with the weight of cancer rather than carrying the other weight with them, right? And then when I say survivorship, it's not just the word of survivorship, but as a goal, as a commitment from the lung cancer community that says, do we want survivorship across the board, or do we just want survivorship in Orange County? Do we want just survivorship in the Valley? Do we just want survivorship just over and around Stanford? Or do we want it across the board? Because then we'll create a plan that understands rural communities. Angie Caton back here is from Northeast Georgia, and a huge part of our community is a rural community that will understand distances. Diane Miller's a survivor over here that was treated at City of Hope Duarte, and now there's the City of Hope Orange County. Now for people not from California, you don't realize that, oh my goodness, that is a long drive. Traffic is a beast. My guy Jeff came from Santa Clarita up by Magic Mountain, and he thought that he was just going to drive down here. And next thing you know, it took 3 hours because it's Southern California. So I say survivorship as, again, do we see the person that is diagnosed, and are we going to rally around them and make sure that we're not just treating the cancer, but really what's our goal for them? And then the other side is, do we care about intentionally? Do we care about all of our people, not just people in certain areas?
But I imagine that there was so much attention, and rightfully so, against the cigarette companies and against getting people to stop smoking. And that was all fantastic, and we needed to do that, and it's cut the rates of lung cancer. But in a weird way, it almost made in people's mind that if you weren't a smoker, then you didn't have to worry about it. And you've said that you and Keisha were shocked when you heard, because she didn't smoke and she was athletic, and you were shocked.
Absolutely. I mean, that was not the message. That's why when somebody says, well, there's a stigma, I say, well, how about we just say that how we educated people was that if you didn't smoke, then you weren't going to get lung cancer. We didn't say that. So now we have to say clearly, anyone can get lung cancer. Yeah. And, unfortunately for me, I know that too personally. And so one of the things I'll tell folks is allow my wife to be the example so it doesn't have to happen to you, for you to believe it. I'm not wishing it on anybody, but just to know that it can happen, right? So as long as we say it and are honest about that, then we can change it. And literally, it's just we just didn't. So instead of making it a big deal of, oh, it's a stigma or this, no, we just didn't tell them. So hey,
So now
let's go
tell
to
'em.
mountaintops. Let's go on the shows and let people know that anyone can get it.
And you've certainly been doing that, but you've also really been out there, working hard to try to get funding.
Yes.
Funding for more research for lung cancer.
Absolutely. And so it's the same thing in terms of why we have to say that anyone can get it, is that because the message was just prevention, that meant that research didn't matter.
Yeah.
All right? And that's why I'm going to say, what does survivorship look like? It looks like prevention, early detection, treatment, research, and survivorship. So we have to claim survivorship, claim it, and celebrate it, so then we can be, excited about research. And then as we look over these last 10 years, that we're not just saying that research matters, but we acknowledge that research works. That we are now building we're not, standing still and trying to have innovation, but there's been innovation. And, so is that something that we tell? We have to go around. So yes, I am a champion for research, but at the same time, it's a challenge to all our NCI designated cancer centers that are a part of the National Cancer Act for them to stand up and let people know it, right? How do we know that research works? How do we know that research matters? It's not just because I'm saying it, but MD Anderson's saying it, UCI is saying it, City of Hope is saying it, Hogue is saying it. We're all saying it.
Absolutely, and he does. Dr. Nelson, you are a doctor that looks at patients in a holistic way. That's a challenge for a lot of physicians and, cancer providers around the country who, are not in metropolitan areas or who have a limited time and who have at the forefront of their mind, what treatment do I need to find for this patient? And in that quest that's so overwhelming, I think it's probably not as pressing to them to extract the patient's story and their feelings. And that's really what you're talking about, because that is involved in the ability for them to meet the challenges of cancer treatment.
Yeah, so in all four panels before us, we've addressed things that AI, how can that help us to free up clinicians to do better? And how would that potentially give clinicians more time to pay attention to the patient? The microbiome, right? How do you get patients to be able to have access to a microbiome assessment? How do you get patients access to next-gen sequencing and all of that molecular phenotype that has allowed us to have all of these phenomenal new therapeutics? And when Chris and I were talking, we both come at it from a slightly different perspective, but fundamentally, if there's someone in rural, Inland Empire or the, Santa Barbara, Santa something, right? They may or may not have the financial wherewithal to get to an NCI-designated comprehensive cancer center. And so how do we use things like AI, things like our knowledge of precision medicine? How do we do that as a system to be able to have those patients who aren't within an hour's drive of a NCI-designated comprehensive cancer center? How do we get them to have access to that? And that's one big issue. The other big issue is that our molecularly targeted therapeutics for the last 8 years have the number of FDA-approved molecularly targeted therapeutics have increased at an exponential rate. If you plot it out, it just goes like that. And we're asking our physicians and our oncologists now to have command of a huge amount of information around a given diagnosis. And that requires a lot of attention, it requires a lot of effort. And when you're focused on making sure that you get the patient the right molecularly targeted therapeutic for their particular mutation or molecular phenotype, it's quite possible that you don't have time to then ask them, what's the most important thing, right? And I think that part of what we have to do is we either have to make it easier for medical oncologists to spend that time to get that information, or we as a system for cancer care, we have to in some way have another touch point that allows us to get that information and that level of support for our cancer patients. And I think many of us, you heard about City of Hope's integrative oncology program. We're fortunate to have support from UCI Health to have a supportive oncology program that is trying to be that touch point. And so I think different organizations, different cancer centers are trying to address this. And it's like everything else that we've heard about today. It's in its infancy, and we have a long ways to go, but there's at least movement at NCI-designated comprehensive cancer centers towards this objective.
And we heard today Dr. Julie Gerberding talking about how important it has been to move out of the silo form of research into team science and putting together public and private. And Dr. Nelson, you're a member of several multidisciplinary research teams I read about that really bring together your expertise along with computer engineers and biomedical engineers and now artificial intelligence experts. And when you put all that together, what are your thoughts on how that and AI, I mean, of course, we heard about it this morning, is going to really advance? I mean, first of all, it's going to advance medical research, but maybe almost as importantly, bring about a better healthcare system that can, and I'm going to ask in a moment, Dr. Torno, how it's going to affect young cancer patients in deciding what's going to happen down the line. But I assume this is going to be, maybe everybody's afraid of AI, but in this world, it could really be an amazing new touch point.
Yes, I think, as we heard this morning, there's huge promise for AI in terms of healthcare. There is, as was mentioned in the panel, there are some concerns about it, and I think we have to be honest about that and realize that there are those concerns. But to your point about having multidisciplinary teams, multidisciplinary used to be medical oncology, radiation therapy, surgical oncology, maybe pathology, maybe radiology. But now, multidisciplinary includes all of those, but it also includes the geneticist and the genomics core and the supportive oncology programs, that be, occupational therapy, speech therapy, social work, nutrition, right? All of those things And so it does take a team to take care of cancer patients and their support network. And so I think that the way that cancer care is evolving, it's only going to become more and more multidisciplinary. Yeah. It has to. And to your point about engineers and computer engineers and such, I mean, we have heard about issues of sleep, right? Issues of activity, what allows patients to feel more comfortable. How do you measure those things? Yeah. Right? Well, our engineers love it when our clinicians come to them and say, we've got this issue, and we'd like you to design a wearable that will allow us to measure this, right? And then they go with their graduate students and, 8 months, maybe a year later, they come back with a wearable, right, that they've designed that actually does what you've asked it to do. And that can be, if you're involved in one of those multidisciplinary sort of research programs like that, I have to tell you, it is such a kick in the pants. Engineers talk in an entirely different language from medical folks. And so for the first 3 to 6 months, you're just trying to find a common language. But then you're coming at a problem from very different perspectives. And it is so stimulating, and it helps you to be thinking in different ways. And so it's, Chris, it might be like having a new defensive coordinator, right? That comes in and says, we need to do this differently, right? And that can sometimes really catalyze things. And I think, this is such a great time in medical oncology. I have too much gray hair and too little of it. My time in this field is time limited, but the new physicians that we are training they're going to look back at what we did 10, 15 years ago and wonder what we were thinking. Yeah. Right? There's so much promise out there.
Yeah, I wonder when we're going to get to that point of we can give chemo the minimum dose effective as opposed to the maximum dose tolerated. Because it seems to me we'll look back, years from now and say, wait a minute, we used to douse people with enough chemo that it almost killed them, but it didn't, but it killed the cancer. It's kind of like we now look back on, they used to put leeches on people. I was talking with Cliff Hoodes today, and he said, with all the onca and biomarkers, we're already cutting back on the amount of chemo that we are giving. Like in HER2, they've got treatments. He said, we're going to get to the point where we're not going to be giving any chemo. And when I hear this conversation, I just keep thinking about you, Dr. Torno, because like when you think about AI, I think about these young children diagnosed and how that might really tremendously help you in your treatment to be able to understand where they're going to be down the line so that you can better formulate your treatment.
Right, so there's definitely a lot of promise, but let me backtrack by just saying, to Chris's point, when it comes to pediatric cancer research funding, if we're struggling with adults and medical oncology, pediatric cancer funding is minuscule. And so we borrow a lot of this molecular precision medicine, all our AI algorithms actually from adults. We copy their sarcoma biomarkers. What do they do with lung mets and stuff like that? But nothing that is really pediatric focused. So to your point, John, I think it's going to take pediatrics a little bit longer. And really, the point of collaboration. with a university, right? Or with a comprehensive cancer center and incorporate the pediatric population, I think will make it work faster, right? So one of the things, for example, I have a 17-year-old with gastric cancer. So it doesn't usually happen in kids, but then this person will not qualify in an adult clinical trial because she's 17. And so we're in this kind of limbo, and so we say, okay, what would you recommend, but if it is like a seamless communication and eligibility criteria are looked at, I think we could do something about this. But also to the point of, what do we do with, say, a young adult? They like social media, right? So in that phase of development of a person, you cannot just tell them, okay, the algorithm says you got to get your mammogram at 25. Why? Because I gave you radiation, to your chest, and, 8 years later, you're supposed to. No, we have to think of it in a different way and leverage that. So that involves a lot of specialists to think that, right? And so that's where Dr. Nelson's point is like, I'm trying to explain this to someone who designs this, and it comes up to be like we're not talking about the same thing. It does take a while, So it's not simple, but early detection, what to do with cancer prevention, we have to be included in that. So you say, okay, do you have BRCA? No, but you had radiation to your chest. You should qualify in this high-risk screening, but you never even have one. So when they're calling, okay, so the strategy is if you're high risk and you have this, you get a call maybe from, whoever. They never got into the first step. So these are the things that we need to think about, but collaboration, I believe, is very important.
In addition to needing more research that's pediatric specific, do we need more young people going into pediatric oncology?
Absolutely. There is a shortage. So when we interview applicants, not many young people, first of all, they don't want to go into pediatrics for some reason. They like into the fast things that earn you, not like pediatrics. But oncology is very tough. And, so we are struggling. Thankfully, we were able to match, but it's not a, complete match for the upcoming. But there is a shortage of these physicians that are.
I also thought about you when we were hearing from Dr. Lee talking about eating the right foods, and I thought, how in the world are you going to be trying to get 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-year-olds like not to eat the Cheetos and the
exactly.
and the Doritos? I mean, that's got to be especially hard, even to tell those parents that they need to try to get that child not to eat the processed food.
Right, and it's also cultural. I was talking to Dr. Lee, so here in Southern California, we have a group of large Hispanic population, but we also have Asian. And so when we did one of our sessions, and it's kind of like Mediterranean, and doesn't really fit the, culturally. So we have to think about that and how, so there's a lot of thinking.
But do the patients from the Asian population do maybe better than from the Hispanic population because it's a much better diet? It's not a diet. I mean, there's a big difference in those two traditional kinds of diets.
Right, but I think the point is the fiber, the green leafy, and we just have to be, so if it is whatever, bok choy versus, the other type of, we have to tailor it according to our, culturally,
Do we have any questions from the audience? Yes. She's bringing the microphone to you. Thank you, Michelle.
I'm sorry, who's asking?
Hi, thank you so much. Excellent panel. I was wondering if you can talk about the second most important person in the room probably would be the care partner. of the patient, and how can health systems engage the care partner to help us take care of our patients better?
Who would like to take that? Ed, you want to speak to that? You probably encounter them all day long, every day.
Yeah, I think, honestly, it starts at the very start. When our patients first see us, it's important to, one, identify what their support network is, and that typically includes spouse, sibling, parent, right? It's usually someone quite close. And it's important to know that, and it's also important to engage that individual in the early discussions, right? In the discussions about, okay, here are the therapeutic options, here are the side effect profiles, here's what we would expect, and talk to me about what appeals to you and what doesn't, and let's make this decision together. And the support person or persons invariably have a role to play in making sure that that communication is effective, and that the patient understands exactly what is happening. And then it's also important that we pay attention to that support person or persons, because as I mentioned, the diagnosis of cancer essentially turns an entire life upside down. And our patients feel totally out of control. There's just, we totally take control away from them. And so in an attempt to maintain some sense of stability, they want to control all the things that they can control. And so patients then will, family will come and say, can I get you a glass of water or a glass of juice? No, I can get it myself, right? You look cold. Can I get you a blanket? No, I can get it myself, right? Because those little things help them to feel a level of control of their environment and of their life. If we just pay attention to the patient, we now have a support network that feels totally impotent and marginalized, right? And that's not helpful, right? But if you have a discussion with the patient and the support network, and you explain that that's what's happening, right? This is why they're going to try and do everything themselves. And yes, it's going to be like your son or daughter who's playing sports, and you have to sit up in the bleachers and just cheer, right? Your heart's gonna pound, you're gonna be very empathetic, but you can't get down there and swing the bat or kick the soccer ball. So my advice to my patients is, if you have a hankering for Ben & Jerry's Chunky Monkey ice cream, well, then turn to your spouse, turn to your support network and say, I've got this hunkering for Chunky Monkey. Would you mind going down and getting me some, right? And allow them to do things, because it takes away that feeling of being totally impotent and not engaged, because now they are engaged. And that's what I mean about paying attention to the support network and making sure that you communicate in a proactive way, and let our patients and their support network know what's coming, right?
Yeah.
They have no idea. And we as practicing cancer specialists we've sort of seen this movie a few times, and so we do know, and it's appropriate that we help them by communicating that to them.
That's a really important conversation to have, yeah. We have time, I think, for one more question.
Yep,
And I will tell you while you're walking over there, I was one of those people, to me, accepting care was one of the most difficult parts of my cancer treatment. And I said to my family, you don't need to go with me. I'm gonna sit there and get, an infusion. And they refused and they went with me, and I'm so happy that they did. But I speak in front of breast cancer luncheons maybe a couple dozen times a year, every year. And I always say in those beginning appointments, whatever you do, take someone along with you, because the doctor's mouth is gonna be moving and you're gonna hear wah, wah. And you need someone there, not your most hysterical friend. Someone with a good, head on their shoulder that's going to listen, take notes, and ask questions. You, sir, have a question? Or you, ma'am? Oh, right there.
Yeah, so anyway, I love this conversation. Things that you've touched on, having people there, it's so, having been on several of in personal life things, having an advocate for the patient is absolutely critical. My question is, there are patients who are alone.
Yeah.
What can be done? What at an institutional level can be done? And one other side of this is for all these people who are treating, people who are treating, the nurses, everything, there's such high burnout.
Yeah.
What can be done to help them as well, to support them? So there's two sides to that question.
Go ahead.
Can I speak to that? The first one, I think when we talk about advocacy and, for I'll say a survivor, not a patient, there are times where they challenge that survivor to ask for things that they shouldn't have to, right? So I say it's important to know if they're by themselves and be honest about that, to make sure that you might have to slow down a little bit, right? That somebody's not taking notes that's right by them, because they're going to have to take care of themselves. Again, it's a person that is diagnosed with cancer. But the other side of it, I'll say specifically in lung cancer, that too often there's a national narrative that says that they should ask for biomarker testing, right? And to say that they should go in and tell an oncologist about biomarker testing is a crazy plan. Right? It's ridiculous, because you're basically saying that they need to, or basically that they stayed at a Holiday Inn Express the night before, and so now they're smart enough to tell the doc what they need. Right? And that's crazy. So I would say there's one thing to having to advocate by themselves. So ideally the system recognizes that unfortunately there are some people that their spouse just can't get off, or, in some terrible cases, that their spouse left, diagnosis, and they said deuces and they're out, right? That a family member says, man, this is so hard on me, and you're going through the cancer, but the family member is like, this is so hard on me, so you can't take them. So that they really are there by themselves. So I would say that recognizing that they're there and making sure they get the support that they need as an individual as they're there, but then also just from a kind of a national and a supportive community, making sure the things that we know need to get done. So even if they're not by themselves, they don't have to fight for something that we already proved works. Right?
I see Michelle over here saying, and I know what that means. So I want to thank all of you, Dr. Torno, Dr. Nelson, and Chris. Thank you so much for participating today, and I'm going to hand it over now to Jim.
Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the 2024 Nixon National Cancer Conference. I want to thank all of our speakers across the 2 days, of course, all of our sponsors and benefactors, our steering committee, which helped immeasurably to put this together, and our conference director, Michelle Barwick, for all of her hard work. We look forward to seeing you all back here in Yorba Linda in January of 2025. Thank you.
Some of the best minds in the world are leading groundbreaking cancer research at MD Anderson Cancer Center. Our goal is to end cancer. By partnering with patients and leveraging unparalleled resources, our scientists and clinicians work seamlessly together to follow a hypothesis, test new theories, and deliver breakthroughs at unmatched speeds. Within one institution, bold ideas come from a diverse, world-class team with the potential to transform the field, the lives of patients, and society.
I truly believe that to drive change, we have to work as part of a team. And that team has to include our patients. It's key for us to partner with them to understand what are their needs and really use that not only to guide our research, but to motivate us.
Team science is very much part of the ethos of our work, but also there is a sense of community in terms of let's come together and develop treatments for our patients that could be life-changing.
MD Anderson has outstanding science that includes the world's largest clinical trials engine that delivers new cures for patients faster than anywhere else. Our research enterprise is transforming cancer science through the newest and most advanced discoveries in the field today. This moment is like no other in human history.
Our researchers are really well integrated with our clinical faculty. There is bidirectional knowledge transfer here. Ideas coming from our labs, they're pressure tested with our physician scientists here. It happens every day, 24/7.
We all understand that cancer is a trajectory from prevention all the way to survivorship. That's what MD Anderson offers, its expertise and the opportunity for research and patient care across that spectrum.
MD Anderson is a haven for translational research. If you have an idea that germinated in the lab, the ability to translate that into patients is absolutely without parallel.
Being here at a place where the interface between the basic science and the clinic is so strong, having everything here under one roof is so important because that really drives things forward. Having that kind of unifying mission of everyone works on cancer and wants to understand and cure cancer, that was just so powerful to me.
Data science play a critical role in cancer research that allowing us to quickly analyze large and complex data sets in not only precision oncology, but also predictive oncology.
MD Anderson has a great mentoring and a career development system for physician scientists like me. There are many internal funding opportunities here. These really help you to cultivate your research acumen. It really accelerates my progress as a physician scientist here.
Mentoring, collaboration, focusing on the future, it's all a part of our research culture. The future of MD Anderson is bright because we have exceptional talent across the board in our organization, focused on a single problem, eliminating cancer as a disease globally.
From basic discoveries to impacts in the clinic, back to the lab, and out to the community, our clinicians and scientists create a virtuous cycle of innovation, grounded in a culture of collaboration, connectivity, and data-based science only possible at MD Anderson. From the first spark of an idea to its translation in our world-leading clinical practice, we remain devoted to making cancer history.
At MD Anderson, you're considered a survivor at the moment you are diagnosed. In September 2010, I was diagnosed with breast cancer in my right breast. I went through treatment here at MD Anderson. At this time, I actually had 2 different cancers. I went straight into survivor mode. You truly have to live in the moment and surround yourself with positive people. Stay positive yourself. You can't worry about something that you can't change.
I think it is important to consider caregiver survivors because when a person gets a cancer diagnosis, it's not only that person, it's everybody else involved. I was a caregiver for my husband during the treatment and all that had to do with lymphoma. that eventually became non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. There were so many ways that MD Anderson supported me and my husband that sometimes you need, that made you feel that you're welcome and that you're part of family.
April 18th was my last day of treatment, and I'm still here in this hospital today. I'm going to be getting checkups and seeing my doctors for probably for a couple more years to come. I actually found out about my tumor the day after my 24th birthday. I didn't really feel like I was a survivor until I rang the bell. Ringing the bell was like a momentous day for me. I was like, I made it through this. Connecting with other patients is a big thing because a lot of them are going through the same exact things that you are.
We are all in this fight together. You are not alone.
When you have hope, then everything, the strength you will need will come to you.